Hey guys, still getting a little ready. I had a little bit of a snafu before the stream, so still working on some stuff, but I will be up in just a moment. Thanks for being here already, guys. I already see we have 2 viewers. Hello, how are you? We're getting there, don't worry. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Let me pause this music, pop on up here. Hello! Anybody who's out there already? So, the snafu was all the progress we made last week, fucking gone. Just completely gone. Even though I saved multiple times, there was, I guess, an inconsistency between my local save file and the cloud save file, and I clicked, it said unknown on the date on both of them, so I just clicked the first one, which was the cloud save file. Apparently, the cloud didn't get saved to last week, and there was nothing to indicate to me that that was true, so yeah, we lost all 4 hours of gameplay. So for the last 15 minutes, I guess now 20 minutes, I've been trying to desperately get through it as fast as I fucking can. Oh, and we lost a viewer. Sorry, viewer. We're getting there. No worries, we'll get there. Let me do this though. I'm gonna mute the game. Maybe I'll put on some chill beats and we can just get through it together. Maybe do a little just have a little chat, you know what I'm saying? Let me get the music going. There we go. I can click through it. So yeah, you know, it's just what happens, just stream stuff. Typical stream stuff. Things not working, things getting deleted. That's why it's a snafu. Alright, I also brought the walkthrough up so I can just glide on through all these decisions instead of having to figure anything out again. See, we're on the next part of it. Trial ladder. Day of the crime cross-examination. We need to present Marshall's prints on his 4th or 5th statements. Okay. You'll let him go through it first. I don't care what he says. We already did this last week. Okay, let me cross-examine him, Judge. Fuck. Okay, on his 4th or 5th statement, we're gonna show his fingerprints. Okay. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Present Marshall's fingerprints. Present. Yada yada yada. Next thing will be the bloodstained fingerprints cross-examination. That one has quite a bit more to do there. Press his first statement. Murder was statement. It's such a bummer. I was so irritated when I found this. Like, I already had to work like an hour late than I normally do today. And then to have this happen, I was just like, son of a bitch, I already don't have as much time. You're just gonna take the rest of it away from me? Alright, yada yada yada, say your thing. Fuck you, Marshall. So, press the fifth statement? No, press Marshall's. Press his first statement with this one. Press. Okay, let me see. Okay, that's the first statement. So then I also need to press his fifth statement. So that's the first, second, third, fourth, fifth. Then we're gonna look at the video again. Or am I supposed to press this one? This is the one I just pressed, isn't it? Oh, then he adds to it, then press on that statement. Okay, yeah, then I press on this too. This is now his sixth. Got it. And then we're gonna look at the video again, because he talks about the video, so I'll pop up. Show evidence. This is the piece hanging out of the locker, right? Present the piece sticking out of the locker to the court. Gotcha. So we need to fast forward. And present. Then we're going to present the evidence locker. God, I hate how I go through the whole thing to show it and then they make me go through it again. I mean, I guess it's not that bad when we're going through it. It's just it sucks because I'm trying to rush through it this time, you know? Really wish I could have got this all done before the stream started, but I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of Steam. Okay, he really doesn't know that they're fingerprint locks. I can prove that by showing you that they have fingerprint locks. See, the next one was present this to the court. Just not giving up your evidence. Hey, what's up, Noah? Yeah, it is Phoenix right time, buddy. All my progress from last week got deleted, so I'm just trying to rush through it so we can get back to where we were. So, unfortunately, we probably still have like another 10 or 20 minutes of me just clicking through last week's. So, yeah, the cloud and my local stuff didn't sync up, I guess, after I saved like the 3 or 4 times I did last week. Which is really frustrating, dude. But yeah, so it said, oh, it looks like you last played 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, no, I didn't. Fuck you, dude. So yeah, I've been trying to, since about 20 minutes before the stream started is when I realized it. So I've been trying to click through it as fast as I can. I've gotten through, it's the world's fastest recap. Yeah, possibly. Okay, now we're trying to point to where he stood, right? Because they're like, where is he at? And he is actually the victim. Right? Because he was Detective Goodman. But how are you doing? How you doing, man? Hopefully you're doing good. I have the walkthrough pulled up, so I just kind of speed through the choices as well. So we're gonna look at the video another time, it looks like. Doing great, just finished my new emotes. Oh, nice, dude, hell yeah. You said you were redoing all your emotes the other day, right? Isn't that what you were saying? I think we talked about this the other day. So you got them all redone? If I'm remembering correctly? Oh, nice, are those the new ones? Did you get them uploaded already too? Click on them, check them out. I always like to click and get a closer view, you know? Got the happy carp, nice. Love carp. So did you draw these, Noah? Or did you have them done by another artist, or? They look good, man. So is the carp your like mascot sort of thing for your channel? Lucha carp, hell yeah, there you go. I like that. And then sumo. Oh, that sumo one's badass. Did them myself, and yep, nice, dude. Good job. I like them. So it's exciting to unveil some new emotes, isn't it? I just keep trying to throw new ones up when I think about them. Yep. We're gonna look at the video again, right? And it's the blood on his shoulder. And what a buzzkill to have to do all this. So excited to play some Phoenix Wright today. And now, blah. Fast forward, come on. I think once we're out of the trials, though, it should go way faster, because it's just talking after that and presenting things. Oh, I need to back up, actually. There we go. Gotta solve them crimes. Yeah, dude, someone's gotta. And this judge sure as fuck ain't. The judge is so hilarious. He's like the most worthless judge ever. Yeah, he hid the lab coat because there was blood on it. You got it, partner. I'm digging this investigator vibe with Phoenix Wright and Judgment, etc. Yeah. What I really like about Phoenix Wright and Judgment and streaming at the same time is that they were both like Japanese lawyers. Because in Judgment you start as a lawyer, but then you're a PI, and this one you're like a lawyer that acts like a PI. So they're both like very similar. I think that's really cool. And I'm gonna keep the investigation thing going in a way. We're gonna take a break from Phoenix Wright after we finish this episode and go into Sinking City, which is an investigation type thing as well. So I'm gonna be keeping those vibes going. Hello, kitten. Hey, what's up, Papa? How's it going, man? Right now I am clicking through last week's story because it deleted, or it didn't delete, but I guess it just, my saves weren't synced to the cloud, and it deleted basically last week's progress. So we're just clicking through it. But how you doing, man? I didn't know you were gonna do Sinking City. Yeah, I've been trying to say it for the last few days. I've always wanted to play Sinking City, so that's gonna be my Tuesday one for story time. Let's see. First statement, second statement, third statement. Press on all of the statements. Okay, you got it. Yeah, I've wanted to play Sinking City for a while. I remember when it first came out, they had to take it off like the Epic Store for a while because there was some lawsuit or something. I remember what the lawsuit was, but I'm glad that it came back and wasn't just kind of abandoned. Because it looks badass. Okay, press. Press. So what are you up to today, Papa? Saw you were checking out those demos earlier. And I see that you said there were some boomer shooters in there, so that's awesome, dude. Got some new ideas for the Boomer Shooter Tuesdays? It's Tuesdays, right? Yeah, a ton of Boomer Shooters. I got like 8 demos. Nice. Keep my eye on a couple of these. Nice, dude. There you go. Hit that little follow button or whatever they got. Blah, 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 blah. I gotta press this, obviously, right? If you press the statement, you'll find out serial killings are true dark. By maybe a reason he's not talking to explain the zeal towards the case. Present the SL9 incident files on his last statement. Okay, so this is his last statement, so we'll press him first, get through that. Then we'll present the SL9 files. Go, present. I do know why, because your brother died. Present. You read my pugs are screaming for food. That sounds good, man. New postal, this cool Wild West one called Blood West. Yeah, I saw that one in Discord when you were playing it. Saw that name. That's cool. A new postal, like, was that a movie? Going postal? It's funny to just skip past all these like dramatic moments sometimes. Like the controller vibrates every once in a while, like, oh, it's some big thing happening. It's like, yeah, I know though. Shut up. Yeah, Joe Dark, got it, blah, blah, blah. Fortunately, we already know everything there is to know here. It's a series of pretty violent games. You are supposed to go postal on the neighborhood. Gotcha. But there was a movie called Postal, right? That's all like, that comes from, the whole term going postal. I thought that was a movie. I could be wrong. If it's a movie, I've not seen it. I thought I heard that was a movie. Maybe it was the game. But I thought that's where the phrase came from, was from something like that. There's a movie too. I haven't seen either. Gotcha. Okay, so I'm not crazy on the movie part at least. Objection, objection. Oh my gosh, how many things were there before the next choice? There's one more section, but it's once, I think it's once Emma takes the stand. Say I object and present the blue badger. Oh, and this cool detective noir one called Dallin Aces or Fallen Aces. Okay. Man, I might have to check that one. You know how much I like detective stuff. What's up, Dan? How's it going, man? Yeah, here's when Emma pops up.
Scientifically speaking.
Hey, there he is. What's up, Dan the man? How are you doing? Did you give me those pictures yet, buddy? I'm just kidding. There's not really any rush on it. But how you doing today, buddy? What's up, big boy? Right now, I am clicking through everything we did last week because Steam decided to overwrite my file and delete everything I did last week. So we're just having a recap. But what are you up to, man? At some point, I'm supposed to be able to say I object, because then we look at the floor plans, looking at the floor plans. Is there a problem with this? Yes, there is a problem. Because the blue badger wasn't there. Object. So I've been working on Papa's Boomer Shooter music. Oh, no need to be sorry, dude. I'm just giving you a hard time. Finally got a sweet sample over to him and officially gave Papa some sweet goosebumps. Ooh, nice, dude. That's what I'm talking about. I'll holler tomorrow, mate. Sounds good, man. Yeah, it's no big deal. Yeah, I would just need it before our next squad stream, but yeah, there's not really any big rush for that. I just saw that really cool technology that, I mean, I've seen Keegan stream before because Papa's rated him, but I guess I just felt like I had the opportunity to ask last night about it a little bit, and so then I decided to do a little Googling. And I thought that would be a really cool thing, because I know that Stella has expressed that sometimes it's hard to tell who's talking when I'm in Discord or whatever, and I have other people playing with me, so just gonna use this little avatar thing to make that easier. I don't even have to use the avatars either. They have like a nice default stream kit thing, which is actually pretty cool. Would have used that a long time ago if I knew it existed, but to have the avatars just makes it that much cooler. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Yeah, it worked really nice. Yeah, it's very simple the way it works too, and it's cool that like as soon as they leave the channel, the avatar leaves and everything too, because of the way it's all set up. I think that's a really nice system. So then you don't have like this awkward just avatar sitting there when no one's actually present or whatever. I think that was the last thing I had to. No, I have one more thing. Present the ID card report or ID card record. Well, that was not spelled once but twice that day. Yeah, and it was really simple to set that up too, after I actually looked into it. Like you can even just like host the files in one of your Discord channels, which I thought was great. That's why I made that Discord channel, Discord avatars in our modded space. So then you can just right click, get the link, slap it in there. And I wondered too if you couldn't use GIFs. Not that I would really want to use a GIF there because it'd be too distracting probably, but just maybe wonder about the limits, you know what I mean? DB just climbing into bed. Sounds good, Dan. Getting nice and comfy, dude. Oh yeah, I got something to show you guys too. Okay, and then I present the ID card record. Is how we did it in my server. Nice. And Keegan is a GIF, so it works. Okay, see, I thought his was a GIF because his mouth moves a couple of times. So that's what made me think it probably works with GIFs, but I just, you know, obviously don't know until I try it for certain. With code, I don't trust it until I see that that's happening. You know what I'm saying? As you could probably see in the in that Discord chat, I got Lemur's avatar set up. Dude, I don't trust it when I see it happening. Right, yeah. Yeah, same here. My code works and I don't know why. Those are some of the weirdest situations where it's like, I'm not even sure why this is working right now because there's a piece of code in here that looks like it shouldn't be working. Ah, this sucks that I have to skip through all this. Just cutting into my Phoenix Wright time, dude. We're already half an hour in. Son of a bitch, half an hour of just me skipping through it. I hope this is enjoyable entertainment. Oh my god, come on. I thought, you know, like clicking through it's gonna be like way faster because I'm not taking the time to read it all, you know, but fucking 30 minutes later and I'm still not even at the fucking investigation part yet. Son of a bitch. I forgot Lana even showed up on the stand. I don't have to do anything either. This is just story happening. Just easy, because then I can talk and click and not worry about it. We continue. See, this is like, it frustrates me every time through this clicking through, every time I see this to be continued, because it's the second one I've seen through my click through, because it means I definitely fucking saved right here. There's no fucking way I didn't save last time. Oh god. Tonight stuff better freaking save. I'll be so mad. Okay, now we're on to the investigation. Let's click through that. And I think, yeah, after this investigation, we'll be caught up. I think that's all I got through last week was that first trial and then the investigation part. So, you're gonna talk to Emma about a few things, and then we move to the detention center. Okay. Talking to Emma, talking to Emma. That's all 9. Joe Dark apparently tried to come kill her, but then Neil Marshall came in and stopped him, but then the lights went out and lightning struck and she only saw the silhouette of the 2 men who were attacking, which means obviously that it wasn't what she thought it was. Because that's how drama works. Then because I guess I think it's the chief or something, like the chief investigator guy or whatever, Gant. I think he's the one that killed Neil in order to try to frame Joe Dark, I guess, because he was that desperate to forge evidence that he'd kill one of his own, the prosecutor, I guess, because Neil was the prosecutor, I believe. A prosecutor before Edgeworth became the prosecutor in that case. Maybe Neil wasn't willing to use fabricated evidence, so he had to get rid of Neil Marshall in order to let Edgeworth then be the prosecutor. Could be it. You know, one of the things I'm slightly concerned about is like the fact that I'm just clicking through this and some rando comes in, they're like, oh, somebody playing Phoenix Wright, and he just sees me clicking through it and be like, oh, well, this is not how I want to watch this, and it's like, well, this is not how we play it either. I'm just trying to get back to where we were. All right, so we talked to Lana. Nope, I didn't want to examine. Talk. Today's trial. Detective Blonde Sky. Looks like a superhero there. There's Sweet Red Muffler. Keep coming back to that picture. This is a picture we've seen so many times in this story. So how do you guys like the spikes on the wig? I guess I've already shown you guys that. This is the first time I've worn it since the spikes did it. I think it turned out pretty good. Definitely looks very anime, right? Just in case you forgot what Joe Dark is. Look, yeah, how Joe Dark looks, yeah. Let me just show you that picture again. Yada, 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 yada. Come on, come on. Sure got a lot to say all of a sudden there, Lana. Looks hot. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. I like that boost of confidence, you know? Let's see, now we need to go to the Criminal Affairs Department. No, we need to go here so that we can go to Police Department entrance and then talk to Jake Marshall. So let me skip through this and we talk to him about the Drake trial first. Talk, or sorry, Dark trial. I said Drake again. My mind just flips those letters around. Better than DTM's Chicken Hawk. Better than Papa's dumb face. Nice one. Got him, Dan. Gosh, come on. I just want to get to fucking doing the voices and stuff already. You got him. Oh, come on. How did you get on with Little Nightmares, mate? I finished it last night, but I will say, like, for me, it was probably about a 6 out of 10. I was thinking about it, you know, especially like after I had like gotten further away from the game and everything, and I'm just like, yeah, probably 6 out of 10 for me. Wasn't as great as everybody says it is, I think, but I can see why people think it's really good. But I think my expectations were set pretty high because of everybody's like overwhelming positive reviews or whatever, you know, and people saying it was their favorite game and all this stuff. And it's just like, oh, this must be amazing. And it was very short and there's like literally no story. So those are, well, the story part is probably the biggest stickler I have with it. Just like very unsatisfying to not have like a cohesive narrative going on with that. I mean, there's basically like a visual story, and you know, it just felt like everything was just spooky for spooky's sake a lot of the time. Like, oh look, isn't it morbid when this happens? Isn't that fucking fucked up? And like, oh yeah, it is, but what does it matter? You know, I need context, baby, context. They played a little bit, but never really grabbed me. Yeah, I don't think I would have gotten through it if it wasn't for the fact that I was streaming, because when I stream, I really want to get through stuff, you know. But there were definitely moments where I'm just like, dude, I'm just doing this, you know, because I'm trying to get through it. Nah, I don't even, not even playing this because it's fun anymore, you know. But I don't want to hold too much against the game though, because I mean, some of that is just because I wasn't enjoying the environment as much as everybody else does. Because I think it's like, I don't know, kind of like horror for me is just kind of overdone. And so it's like when you just have all these like morbid concepts that are just being kind of thrown in front of you, just for the sake of trying to like, oh, freak you out a little bit. Like, it's just, that just doesn't really jive with me. That might be why I don't really get spooked by horror too much, because horror feels like it's so obvious to see what people are trying to do. You know, like, oh, I see that you're trying to spook me there. Okay. Nice try. Or whatever. I end up feeling like that a lot. It's like an interactive Tim Burton film. Yeah. And I think people who are more into Tim Burton films probably really like that, which are a lot of people, right? Like, I've never really been a Tim Burton guy myself. Like, Nightmare Before Christmas is a cool movie and everything. I liked it when I was a kid, but I just like, I don't know. There's just like something about all of them that feels samey, and not that that's a bad thing, because like all auteurs and stuff have that, but like, it's just that element that seems to grab people is more something that pushes me away, I think. But yeah, I think it all could have been cool if it just had like a story. Like, that's all I needed, was a reason to like want this person to escape and want to take this place down or something, or whatever was happening, you know? Like the lady at the end of Boss was like this geisha lady, and it's just like, who was she? What does it matter that we took her down? I don't know. She never did anything to me until I went into her bedroom. You know what I mean? So I'm more of a Wes Craven guy. Wes Craven's pretty cool. I can't say I'm as into Wes Craven as everybody else is, but he's definitely got a lot of really good stuff. I've never like disliked anything from Wes Craven, that's for sure. I'm back with Bevs. There you go. No, that's how we like it. We're just talking a little bit about Little Nightmares and stuff, and I guess Tim Burton. We kind of moved on to Tim Burton a little bit because Dan said it was kind of like an interactive Tim Burton film. But yeah, I just really think if they could have, and there is you can go online. We were reading a little bit of at the end of the stream about kind of the lore, because I'm gonna play the second one next week. But yeah, I really wish the story was told more so in the game or whatever, because like the story, because I don't really even like to call it story, and when it's like that, it's more just like atmosphere and stuff and like a situation, but like yeah, it's just like not very cohesive at all. It's just like a series of things that are connected but not actually like in a meaningful way. But yeah, 6 out of 10, because I think there's a lot of solid stuff there. I think the dev work was really good. You know, the mechanics were a little bit clunky at times for me, but there's hardly a game that doesn't have that sometimes, you know, so I don't usually try to hold that too hard on games. There was the first boss fight I really didn't like. I can definitely say that. Police department's office, Emma, you keep it a huge treasury. Oh, I already did that. Okay, so now criminal affairs department. We're getting there. We're almost there. I've personally never been a fan of side scrollers. Yeah, really? I feel like I grew up on them, so that's probably why I like them quite a bit. I don't necessarily like them more so than any other game. Like, I don't know that I'd call them my favorite game type, but I don't even know what I would call my favorite game type, to be honest. I like variety. I think that's the thing, is side scrollers are just part of variety for me, you know? Side scrollers are really only good for platformers. Yeah, there's probably certain like exceptions to that, but I think that on the whole, you're probably right. Hey, Dolly, what's up? How are you? Good to see you. So yeah, just to catch anybody else up who just came in maybe recently, my file from last stream got deleted. Well, it didn't get deleted. That's oversimplification. But either way, effectively, all my progress from last week was gone. So I'm clicking through everything we did last week so that we can get to where we were. So then I will then continue, obviously, doing voices and everything, because I want to do that. I'm doing this only because I have to. All right, so then we need to talk to him about Edgeworth's crisis. Okay. So yeah, right now we're just having a chat, you know. I spent half my day with Papa. Oh, nice. Yeah, we have been having a good time. Nice. That's good to hear. Okay, so then you should jog his memory, present the switchblade knife. Why don't I talk to him about this real quick? Okay, it doesn't have it in that order, so I'll just do it in the order it tells me. Oh, shit. Like, what was it like? I'm Jelly. I want to know all the details, all the juicy, juicy details. Okay, now I should be able to talk to him about crimes in the murder weapon. Receive Neil's autopsy report, and the switchblade knife will be updated to the court record. I guess the name me and Papa Wolf came up with for the puffer fish in I Am Fish. Oh, okay, sorry. I get what you're saying. You're asking me to guess. Well, I mean, I have no idea. I'm sorry. I'm really bad. When people ask me to guess things, I just usually give up immediately. Sorry. I'd rather just hear it, I guess. I think it takes the fun out of it when you make people guess personally. Puff Puff Pass, that's a good one, Noah. I like that. 80s pop star. It's oh, Hootie. Gotcha. Hootie and the Blowfish. There, you got me there. I can follow that logic. Thanks for that hint, Papa. Let's see. High prosecutor's office room. That's where Edgy Boy is. So we need to leave here. Then move to the underground parking lot. Let me just talk to Emma a little bit here. Then we're gonna move to High Prosecutor's office. Edgy Boy's up there. And he is not having, oh yeah, he threw that thing on the floor. You can't forget to look at that. You gotta bring that back to Gumshoe, I think. No, not examine, not yet. We gotta talk to him first. God, my fucking thumb's gonna get tired of just click, 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 click. Like for everything that pops up, I'm clicking twice. Ah! Must speed through. Oh, David Blowy. Hey, there you go. I like that. That's way better than Hootie. That was way off. David Blowy. That's what I'm talking about. See, if you just would have said that at the beginning. That's awesome. I like that. Certainly not what I would have thought of. Would have never have guessed that. So I went straight for Hootie because like, oh, Blowfish. Or was Hootie in the Blowfish in the 80s? I guess he said 80s pop star. Was he more of like a 90s thing? I guess I don't really fucking know. Or they, I guess it was. There was never a Hootie, right? Have you guys seen that Key and Peele sketch? Let's see. Then we got, oh yeah, then we got to examine the trash on the floor. Bowie spans from the 60s to 2016. Yeah, Bowie's had so much influence too, for sure. Okay, move, and then we're gonna move to the underground parking lot. Are we then gonna talk to Angel? Is that what we're talking to? Yep, there she is. Got a few things to talk to her about. Okay. First Caucasian performer on Soul Train. Oh, was he really? There you go. I didn't know that. When he died, I had to take time off work. Oh, really? Poor guy. What did David Bowie die of? Seems like the kind of guy that wouldn't want to go down quietly. Have to be extravagant or something. Very eccentric man. The goldfish is shark bait, and the Brianna is the piranha. Oh, nice, got it. That's good. So do you get to like actually name him, or was that just like a for fun thing, Dolly? Or do you actually get to actually name them in the game? Pancreatic cancer, I think. I'm assuming you mean cancer. Black Star, his last album was amazing. Nice. I've only ever listened to like Bowie songs like here and there. I've never actually sat down and listened to an entire album by David Bowie. But maybe perhaps that's something I should give a go. No, I just did it for the giggles. There you go, Dolly. I'm all about that. Add your own fun to the game, right? It's awesome. So how did you like I Am Fish? I'm really excited to play it. I won't be able to play it now till November because we're in spooky month, but I'm definitely going to be hitting that game up. Hopefully on stream, because it looks like it'd be a fun one to stream. All right, now we're going to the police department, and we're going to give Gumshoe Edgy's resignation letter. Oh, is it not here? Police Department Criminal Affairs. Oh, I missed something. Gumshoe's not here. Fuck. The meet Angel, who's still harping in the witness. The talked to her about those things. Let me just go back to her, Angel. I did something wrong. I talked to her about the dark investigation, after case closed, legendary duo, and being used. Then it says back to police department criminal affairs. You'll meet Gumshoe. I don't though. So I've skipped something? I mean, come on, are you kidding me? Where's the apartment? Maybe I talk to this guy? No. What? Fuck, now I gotta backtrack this whole fucking walkthrough and figure out what one thing I didn't do? How did I miss something? Oh, fuck, there it is. Found it. God damn it, Edgy Boy. I forgot to present something to Edgeworth. That's what it was. Damn you, Edgeworth! The bane of my existence! I catch up on chat here. I grew up on his stuff in Labyrinth. Nice. Labyrinth, I grew up with that film. You remind me of The Babe. What Babe? The Babe with the Power. Oh, I thought it was The Boy. Is The Babe? Okay, I've heard people quote that wrong then, if it was Babe. Dance magic, dance. Put the baby's spell on you. I guess you guys are all quoting Labyrinth, which is funny. Like, I got a t-shirt for Labyrinth, but I've never seen it. I got it in one of my, I didn't buy it specifically. I got it in a loot box or whatever. And I was like, oh, well, this would be cool. I should see the movie. I've never seen it. Trust me, if you play I Am Fish, you will have a hatred for seagulls and jam jars. Okay. Sounds good. Definitely sounds real. The bog of everlasting stench always freaked me out as a kid. They don't really do physical effects in films anymore. Is it boy? Fuck, I always thought it was. No, I have no idea, dude. I've just heard people quote it and they said boy. The boy with the power. What power? Like, I've heard that thing quoted before, but it could have been that they were misquoting. I'm not. There's no authority there or whatever, dude. That's funny. And I mean, they do practical effects now. They just it's accompanied with digital effects, so it's harder to notice sometimes. But there's definitely a push for practical effects to still be in movies and stuff. They just don't do them like they used to, but they still do them. They just do them only for specific things, I think. Just like small portions instead of it being like the entire set or whatever. Present. So we're gonna present him with this big old picture. What do you think of that, Edgy Boy? Practical is top tier. Yeah, it's hard to beat practical, you know, because it's just like the light actually hits the object and then that light gets into the camera in such a natural way that it's so much easier to believe it. Hey, what's up, Ty? How you doing, man? You haven't missed anything, because the entire fucking hour of this stream has been me clicking through last week's stream because I lost all my progress. So you haven't missed anything, Ty. So I don't know if you were worried about that, but if you were, no worries, my man. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm just a little irritated by the fact that I have to do this, but you know, it's okay. Shit happens, I guess, you know. Because I did save. I mean, I've even watched the stream back. I definitely saved. It was just Steam had a little snafu on me, and yeah, what are you gonna do? But you having a good one, Ty? You don't have to be a part of the mod gang, Dolly. You're a VIP. Like, why don't you just hold that over everybody else's head? What are you doing, Dolly? You got the better one. If anything. I mean, I guess it depends on how you look at it. But hey, you're definitely welcome here. Yeah, now you're here, big boy. Here we go. Sorry, stop clicking for a second. Stop doing that, Dom. Get distracted by chat. Don't let them distract you from your mission. All right, now we go to the police department, and now Gumshoe's gonna be there. Boom, here it is. There's Gumshoe. So let me talk to Gumshoe for a second. No, not examine. Fuck. Present. A resignation letter. Gumshoe's like, what the fuck, pal? Edgeworth can't do that.
Detective.
I'm just a peasant who serves Lord Dolus. Hey, that's the best kind of peasant right here, dude. Alright, then we talk to him or something? Or can we now move to Gant's office? Shit, I shouldn't have just clicked through that. I should have looked at the walkthrough. Yeah, Chief's office. Okay, yeah, this is where I'm supposed to go. We have to do a little examining now. I think we even have to dust for some prints here in a second. God, I can't believe the entire first hour of the stream has just been me trying to catch up. That's such a disturbing thing. I'm so depressed about that. But it's okay. Got all the clout and none of the responsibilities. Exactly, Ty. That's what I'm saying. I can't be trusted. It's okay. Yeah, I figured you're just playing around there, dog. Nice to see Dolus at least has one friend. No one likes Dolus. I, for one, hate the stupid fuck. Hey, speak for yourself, buddy. I like Dolus. I hired him, for fuck's sake, dude. Speaking of the devil, check this out, guys. I got this in today, so now I can cuddle with Dolus. But yeah, check out that nice print, man. Some solid stuff there. In fact, let me zoom in on myself while I click through this, and you guys can admire the Dolus pillow. Dan followed you, by the way. Hell yeah, Dolly. Thank you for following him. Talking shit about his employee. It is nice, right? It's pretty nice. I think you made. You want one, Noah? Well, you can get one at the merch store if you want. There's 3 different sizes too, so you can get a bigger one, but not a body pillow. Unfortunately, they don't have body pillows on there. They're all like throw pillows, but this is the smallest throw pillow, I think. And so for size, I'll step back a little bit. Like that's how big it is. Maybe like compared to my head. No, this side of my head. Boop, boop, boop. So that's pretty good size. Definitely like cuddleable on the Dolus dock. Yeah. You can cuddle up at night with your little Dolus pillow. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. I think it turned out really good. Like the detail in Dolus is perfect. I don't think I could have asked for a better print of that. So I'm super excited. I'm gonna be cuddling with Dolus tonight. You better believe it. And if I ever do like the non-green screen thing, I got something to put in the background now. You want a Dom Ross pillow? I could probably put that together if you really want one, Dan. I could make that happen. If that's a sincere thing that you would buy that on the store, I could put that picture on a pillow, or a picture of any picture of Dom Ross on a pillow.
I wonder what the code is.
It's gonna be 7777. God, what an idiot. All 7s, you kidding me, dude? I'm gonna make it a mission to speed run I Am Fish. Gotta be better than 4 hours. That seems like a game that would have like a speedrunning community too, right? Kind of like, I feel like Little Nightmares could as well. I could definitely see that having like a speedrun community. Hey man, you know I would. Well, if you sincerely want one, I will make that. You just definitely give me the I know you're serious go ahead, because I never know when you're serious. Well, I could do it anyways. It's not like it really costs me anything to do it. Nothing but a little time, baby. And apparently I got plenty of that because I'm clicking through last week's fucking stream. Okay, so what else do I need to do in here? Present the unstable jar. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. So I did that. What else do I need to do? I have a choice to what? Wait, it didn't give me the choice to put it back together this time. I remember putting it back together last time. Hey, 100 bits from Papa. Thank you, dude. Be good. Thank you so much. We're here sticking around for you. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, guys. I know Tuesdays are probably a little bit more like entertaining than this, but I'm glad you guys are having a good time just hanging out with me and each other. How did I stutter typing? Hey, that happens. That's a talent. I'm gonna make Dolus a BBEG in a D&D campaign. What's a BBEG? I'm not familiar with that. Just realized, Papa, your emote is looking sick. Hell yeah, dude. I really do want one, mate. Okay, if you really want one, I'll set it up, and then you can get one off of there. If you can get one sorted for the end of the month, I'll buy it right up. Okay, I can definitely do that by the end of the month. No problem. Just drop my phone on my face. Big bad evil guy. Oh, okay, nice. Big bad evil guy. That's nice. I love that. That picture. Okay, I gotta slowly click through because apparently I skipped straight through something. No, I didn't. What? Okay. There's something else I gotta do then. This is confusing me because right here it says just present the unstable dart to Gumshoe. Remember yesterday you found pieces like this and put it together. Gumshoe then notices the possible connection. You have a choice. Choose assemble fragments and you'll put the final piece in there. Didn't have a choice, so that's definitely dependent on something else, I think. And the results prove that to be a lie. Present the fingerprint set. Let's do that. Okay, why isn't he? Who am I supposed to fucking present it to then? Did we not get the evidence out of the lock already? Is that what happened? Oh, we didn't. Okay. Derp. You gotta have the pieces first. This is what happens when you click through. Yeah, so there's a handprint, and then there's the face. Okay, now I present the vase. No, not look at it. Fuck Dom. Come on, dude. Present it. Click through. This vase is so like interesting to me. It's gotta come up at some point. Assemble the fragments. And then we got to rotate, and then there we go, combine. It's pretty funny that Gumshoe couldn't put it back together when he was talking about it. Like, I already tried to put it back together, pal. And we show him the fingerprint set. It's funny, he thinks we want to take his fingerprints, is what he says. I forgot about that. It's like, go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's like, no, fuck the evidence, dude. Just a nice solid print. Load away. And it was Emma's print, right? Yep.
Comparing.
And we're going to examine Gant's desk, and we're going to get the evidence list, and then we get to go back to the detention center. And then we're going to be caught up after the detention center, it looks like. Why would we do this side of the room? Salmon. Have you been catching up with that chapter? Oh yeah, I'm always caught up, dude. I watched his video 3 minutes after it was posted today, and it was so funny. I was looking at his comments, and he just had, dude, just pages of comments, dude. It had been up for 3 minutes. It's a 30-minute video, and he just had pages of comments. I'm like, dude, none of you have watched this video yet. Not that that's like a necessary requirement for commenting on something, but I thought it's so funny. Like, all these people are just trying to do basically first, but none of them were saying first. You know, they all had like something to say, but it was just like, oh my gosh, do that chapter, thanks Mike, or whatever, you know. I thought that was funny. 3 minutes, he had hundreds of comments, dude. Dude's got a huge channel, which is great. He deserves it, man. He does such a good job with that stuff, dude. And today's was a interesting one, huh? Was it in the UK? Yeah, I think so, right? It was over in your neck of the woods. And during COVID as well. So, newer case. Dude, I've come across that many channels that has copied his style. Yeah, there's a lot of people that do it. I guess I never know who's first. I don't do the research myself, but yeah, it definitely seems like it's a type of YouTube, right? Crime tube is probably what they would call it, right? Because it's so many like pockets in YouTube where that kind of stuff happens, where so many people start doing similar types of videos or whatever. But you know, it's just, hopefully if they do it well, it's just more content, right? Find a few channels like that you like or whatever. So far, Mike has been my favorite, or that chapter, I should say. The channel has been my favorite, just because of the way Mike presents it is so much like easier for me to ingest or whatever. The people who try to be like intentionally creepy about it, it's like I don't know. I get like the little nightmare thing on me again. Like, you're just trying to be creepy for creepy's sake. Just tell me the fucking info, dude. You know, you don't have to be like, oh, and then on one dark and scary night or whatever. It's just like, dude, come on. And Mike's just like, hey, yeah, you know, he's a piece of shit, went out there and did some shit or whatever, you know. I like that Mike is more that way, you know. I've yet to watch it yet. Okay, yeah. I guess no spoilers. I don't know. There's not really a spoilers to that, I guess, in a way, but I won't talk too much about it, I guess. Okay, so then after that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Okay, then we talked to Lana. Okay, so visitor's room. Here we talked about two things: present her with the evidence list and the unstable jar. Okay, there we go. God, I got reminded though that Emma got taken in for questioning. That's something I probably would have forgotten. Talk to her about keeping quiet. Exactly, man. It's the Irish sense of humor. It's probably more just like Mike's sense of humor, right? I'm sure Irish people have a varying amounts types of humor, right? But yeah, dude, I just like that he makes it more like humorous or whatever. He's like talking to you more just like you're a person like listening to him, and he's not like trying to create some air around the whole thing. Not that there's anything wrong with doing the air stuff, you know. I'm not trying to say that's objectively bad. It's just that's just not what I'm into. You know what I mean? Keeping quiet, present Damon Gant. Here, the accent in Kilkenny is impossibly hard to understand. Kilkenny, is that like an area or something? I've never heard of Kilkenny. Dom, you really need to check out I Could Murder a Podcast. I might have to, man. I've been trying to work out in the mornings. Well, I haven't been trying to. I've been successfully doing it. I've been going to the gym and trying to, you know, jog and walk in the mornings for 30 minutes. So that could be a good podcast night for me. Because I kind of stopped listening to podcasts when I kind of switched my job roles around. Because I feel like I don't have like a clear time to listen to podcasts anymore. But maybe I'll do that for my workouts. Could definitely use something. Music is cool, but it doesn't distract me enough. You know, like music can get into like the background in my head while I'm exercising, you know, and then it doesn't really like help me like pass the time faster. But I think a podcast probably could. I know sometimes when I'm like walking or riding the bike or whatever, I usually like to like read and stuff as well. But a podcast could basically be Similar to reading, it's like you get a little story or whatever. Nope. Shit. And then she wants proof? Present the evidenceless or unstable jar. I can't say though, Dan, that I'm super into true crime stuff. Like, it's never really been my thing. That chapter is like literally the only thing that I watch that's true crime, because it doesn't fascinate me that much. I like Mike's like format and everything, and he's the one that got me into it, I would even say. But I'll definitely give it a shot and check it out. But typically, I don't like true crime stuff all that much, just because I guess it's just too real in some ways, because I just hate thinking about it. Because even when I watch that chapter, I get mad at those guys sometimes, because I'm just like, when I hear them lying, just like flat out fucking lying, when they absolutely did this horrible thing, you know, like it just pisses me off, dude. It's like, fuck you, you piece of crap. You totally did that to that person. I can only work out to rap music. Oh, really, Ty? There you go, man. You just gotta find what motivates you, right, man? I've had, you know, I grew up with people who use like really heavy metal music or just rock music to exercise and stuff too. But maybe it's just like my association with music and like that kind of thing too, is I just don't have that association when I hear stuff. Doesn't make me want to move all that much unless it's like a dance type thing, and then at that point I want to dance, not run or something, you know. But I've heard some people like to like use maybe like rock or heavy music to just sort of like get angry in a way or something, just get pumped, I guess. Like, I don't know if, you know, angry is probably not the right word, you know, just get pumped or whatever. I work out to Japanese pop idols. Yeah, little Hatsune Miku. I mean, what kind of workout are you talking about as well? Using more of a general blanket word for workout there. Yeah, see, I think I figured out your joke there, Papa. I just discovered an idol group called ZOC. Huh, Zoc? Thought I had a sneeze? But the sneeze just left. I was totally about to sneeze there. Come on, come on, come on, we're almost there. The finals fucking sprint. See, how far are we into the stream now? An hour and 10 minutes? Son of a fucking bitch, Steam. You failed me. You failed me, Steam. How could you do this to me? I've been spending money on your platform for a fucking decade, and you treat me like this? It's something about the posturing and trying to come off very tough in rap music that motivates you to get them gains. Okay, so that's kind of what goes. You see, that's the kind of stuff I don't like about rap music, I think. So maybe that's why it doesn't work for me. The whole like alpha male bravado shit. I guess I just shouldn't call it shit. Sorry. You know, the kind of stuff I just feel like I see straight through it, and so it doesn't really motivate me that much. And the workout I do is 2 sit-ups a day, 1 getting out of bed and 2 to get back in. And I've heard that before. Or it'd be 1 sit-up, right? Because you sat up and at the beginning of the day, and then you sit back down at the end of the day, right? All right, we're finally caught up. I think this is where we were, guys. Oh my goodness. It's only been a fucking hour. We can finally turn the game audio back on, turn these beats off, and fucking get some Ace Attorney in us. Okay, I'm gonna save twice. It says it was at 1911, which should be 7 o'clock, but we're gonna save it again, overwriting, and then I'm gonna save it on the second file as well. So you guys remember this. I fucking saved just now. Whether I went to the cloud, I don't know, but next time I'm definitely clicking local like I should have this time, you buffoon. Don't lie, you do 16-ounce beer curls. Yeah, there you go, Dan. Get them beer curls. They get lighter as you go, though, right? Because you're curling it up to your mouth. And then... Exactly. No, we made it. All right. Let's see. Now, turn the game audio back up for myself. Unmute the game for you guys. Pause the beats. Get rid of the music bar. We're ready to go. Here we are. The start of the stream. Welcome, everybody, and happy Tuesday. It is now the Dom Right stream, for fuck's sake, dude. Save. There you go, Papa. Thank you. Perfect time for that emo, dude. Oh man, feel like I don't like them, but I might need an adult beverage after that one. Y'all know what I mean. Bye, Don links to the stream. Dan's leaving now that now that I finally get to actually play in the game. Dan's leaving. Hey, Shiloh, what's up? How you doing, Shiloh? I don't know if you follow this game very much when we play, Shiloh, but just in case you haven't missed anything today, because I literally spent the entire first hour of the stream trying to catch back up. But how you doing today, Shiloh? What you up to? So are you heading to bed? Then Dano, I know it's probably 1:15 in the morning. So definitely wouldn't blame you, bud. I'm super depressed. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Charlotte. What's going on? What's up? I just need some company. Well, you got some right here. You got plenty of it. There's at least 5 other people in here in the chat, and plus me, makes 6. Nah, not yet, big boy. Okay, I thought you might just be telling a joke. But yeah, we're glad to have you here. Hopefully a little bit of justice will cheer you up. Huh? So let's get into it. See, the apartment situation is just rough. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. You guys are saving up for a new place, though, right? I mean, I know it can be rough. That wait is going to be long, right? And I know it affects you and your creativity and everything, so... No, it can't be an easy thing. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you ever need cheering up, we're definitely going to at least try. I don't know if we'll do it, but we'll definitely fucking try. Hey, and Dan's getting in the dungeon. There you go. Hopefully the dungeon is set up. I believe I set it up. It was an hour ago now, so I'm not sure. Hooray, justice. Yes, absolutely. Dolus will cheer you up. Yeah, let's hope so. Oh, yeah. Charlotte, check this out. Since you're here now. Got a new piece of merch in today. Check it out. I honestly think, as for a pillow, now that Shiloh's here, it's making me think, I think whatever she comes up with for a Dolus painting would be way better on a pillow. So, if you really do want a Dolus pillow, maybe wait and see what Shiloh comes up with. Slap that puppy on a pillow. Then you can have a cooler looking pillow. Because I know hers is going to be amazing. So, yeah, check that out. Nice little pillow. Even came like with a pillow in it, which I was actually pretty surprised by. I thought it was just going to be the pillowcase and then I was going to have to like stuff it, but it actually comes with the pillow inside of it. So that's pretty cool. It was ready to cuddle with right out of the bag. It's the hardest on my art. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know that can be hard when you don't have the space that you need to perform, the stuff that you want to do. I would never slap a puppy with a pillow, Damo. Oh, did I say that, puppy? My bad. I wouldn't either. Not unless it was a very soft pillow and it was a very light slap. And it was just a playful one. Hashtag fuck it, says Shyla. You get to see my master, Lord Dolus, again. Yes, once again. I'm sure he's excited to see you too. We'll go ahead and wait until after Dolus to get started then. We'll go ahead and wait out this timer real quick. You discuss me with your feelings towards Dolus. Oh, shush, Dan. One day you will be in the minority. I have clips to show your opinion on dogs, Dan. Did Dan say something on one of his streams recently? Am I misremembering something? All right, let's go to the dungeon, guys. I'll see you when you're back. Cue the music.
Welcome to the dungeon, everyone. I was wondering if anyone would come down here. It's lonely, you know. And I see that we have Noah amongst us. But it'll be Dan who's first. He's the one who opened the door. So, Dan, will you be staying with me? Wait, that's probably the 9, son of a bitch. Actually, it's actually the 19. The camera is being a liar. It's totally a 19. So what do you think there? Dano? Yes? What do you think? You'll be staying down here with me tonight. You won't even have another opportunity to leave. Very good, very good. Get out of here, loser. Now for Ty Lorax. You think I'm cheating, Dan? How many times have I been honest enough to lose? Sometimes when I'm being honest, I win, alright? That's just how it goes in the dice dungeon. And there was that one is a 1. See? I can be nice. I cannot cheat. It's a 1. So, Mr. Lorax, you get to leave or whatever, and I'm actually a little happy about that one. So get the fuck out of here. Noah, time for you. You'll never leave me, will you, Noah? You want to come down here to stay. You'll probably stay even if you win. And you don't have to win because I won. Yes, Noah. Now come, take your seat next to me. And now we shall roll for Papa Wolf. Blow on the dice, Noah. Give him a little bit of that Noah luck so he'll stay down here with us to play some Gwent. Gwent in scary movies? Oh, perfect. You read my mind, Papa. You can be playing Gwent and watching movies with Noah and I. And Dan will just be in the other room unable to watch. Perfect. Looks like Gwent in scary movies it is. Get comfortable. I'll make the popcorn. All right, Shyla. Let's see, which way would you like it to go? Oh, is that? I guess that's the 13? All right, well. At least I got a few of you down here. Good job, Shyla. You can leave. All right, you guys ready? Let's kick on this movie.
Okay, sounds like they're having a party down there. See, I like it when good stuff happens in the dungeon. It doesn't have to all be shoveling shit and stuff. See if I miss some chats here. Yes, join us, Dan. For a guy who doesn't like you, he sure does request to see you a lot. That's true, Ty. That is very true. That's why I think he's got a secret love for Dolus. I think that's what it is. I think that's why he continues to call him Dorless. It's his pet name for Dolus, I think. Ass corn. No, it's regular popcorn. I don't let him make the ass corn anymore. Not since last time. Too many people died last year. I think Dolus had a boner. I think it goes two ways. Papa says, I got cards. What do you mean you got cards? I missed that. Oh, the Gwent cards. Gotcha. I forgot you guys are playing Gwent down there. Well, enjoy, guys. Are you guys ready to get started on some Phoenix Wright, though? I know I am. In fact, let me go turn the AC up a little bit. I'm a little warm. So I'm going to go turn the AC up a little bit, and then we'll get started. That should help cool me off. Oh, what happened there? Got hooked on something. There we go. Objection! I think if you just do objection with just a capital O by itself, you'll actually do the emote. I believe that's how the emote works. Because we have that better TTV emote of objection if you ever want to use that. Oh, you were talking about stream loose cards. Gotcha. You're damn right I'm ready. There you go. You're damn right. All right, here we go. Let's get my inner voice and commence. This is the defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. I don't know who said that. Oh, there you go. Edgeworth. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you're already figured it out. Who the owner of the 77777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID card, or this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? The Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. And that's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this.
Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll never know is the truth. Is to draw it out here. Or is to draw it out of her, my bad. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. Now think about it. See you in court, right? I'll see you in court.
This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now.
February 25th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Yeah, there you go. You guys got the objections out. Hell yeah. My relationship with Dolus is strictly hatred. I have to put up with him because he comes with Damo. But you're the one who brings him up all the time, Dan, okay? So how do you explain that? How do you explain the fact that you're the one who opens the door? In order for us to see Dolus, someone has to open the door, or Dolus just has to pop his head in here. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant!
Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough at this, as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if I could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. For you to come out here and lie? Are you sure you didn't coerce the witness or whatever? Or whatever, witness tampering? She's not a witness. Now just leave, okay? Yeah? Cheers, mate. No, you leave. You hang up first. There are feelings there that need to stay buried. Okay, you got it. We'll just leave that box closed for now. What is this about, defendant?
I'd like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
What then? What's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening!
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Is it Emma? No, it's Edgeworth. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The chief of police scares me, right? He's like such a nice guy, but yeah, it's like, you know, there's something behind this dude, man. He gives me scary neighbor dad vibes. Yeah, there you go, Noah. That's a really good descriptor of it.
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm?
Oh. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be.
Hell yeah, dude. Fucking get him, Edgeworth.
With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, hmm? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. Oh man, that was a jab.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? To whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye.
Oh shit, Emma.
I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Hell yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, Edgeworth. Nothing to see here. And keep your mouth shut. Yeah, those are some threatening words there. Right, I gotta drop a lurk on pretty damn late/early, Damo. Have a wicked stream made. Love you guys. Have a good night, Dan. Thanks for hanging out, man. Going into lurk mode. Fades into the background, lurking. Hell yeah. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Cat? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take this horse by the reins.
Fuck yeah, dude. Edgeworth knows he's still gotten in. Cause yeah, she left me defenseless, just being like, yeah, we don't need you, Phoenix. And it's just like, what? Fuck! She has a right to do that! Oh no! Threats in the courtroom? Yeah, sorry, right?
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma. Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then. The fucking judge doesn't give a shit, dude.
He sure gave in fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
The judge is an ass monkey, dude. The judge is hilarious. He's just an adorable old man. 2 years ago.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
It's like Edgeworth is trying to set Phoenix up. He's like, Phoenix, you got to do it, but I gave you the setup or whatever. And it's like, oh fuck, I wasn't in that questioning room. You should have told me a little bit more, Edgy boy. So now we're on a team truth.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day.
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under the then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit in my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage.
A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything out of him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky in Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me.
What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
I almost forgot about Gant.
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant.
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year.
Oh shit, what am I doing? Oh, that was really fast. I accidentally hit court record and then clicked on something.
There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image on the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim.
Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
Ask about the picture. This picture, the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
It's not lost. I have it in my court record, don't I?
Hold it!
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken?
But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
That must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When the lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, and I was thrown aside, and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. But Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can.
Okay, so what I need to do is present the picture when she says the picture's been lost. Okay, so I want to present. I think it was on the back of the second part of the evidence list. Let me see. I mean, look at that. I think it's on the back of here. Yeah.
A picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. I've got a very bad feeling about this.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Ah. Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for the SO9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here.
It'd be funny if it was just like a porn picture or whatever, and there's like, yes, two men appear to be wrestling here. Oh, that's funny.
And what's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to this list.
Yeah, with a knife.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What? Order, order!
You switch back to sitting mode real quick, guys. I picked the most silent time to do that too. You know, I don't need the dose, but it's lovely, but I don't need it.
it's extra.
Okay, here we go.
Order, order! But Miss Sky, what did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means...
Your Honor! Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing than on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Oh, is that going to show us something?
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask?
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Oh, that's hilarious. It's the blue badger. Your eyes are bulging. Oh man, alright. I think it's so funny when the judge does that. He's like, you're breathing very heavy and stuff. Oh no, the music, it's back. Not the music. I love when Edgy makes that face, right? And to haunt my dreams.
That thing! That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Evidence list restored and updated in the court record.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture.
Maybe she drew the blue badger thing because it was on Chief Gant's clothes somehow, and she saw it. And so that's going to prove that it was Gant that stabbed Neil, maybe? I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Gant did it. To try to frame him.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of the light was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Cross-examination.
I think my wig's sliding up a little bit. Just pull her back.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago.
Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
2 or 3 days later. Memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows.
So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him...
Hey, what's up, Lemur? How you going, man? What are you up to tonight? Holy shit, white chocolate, macadamia, nut, Cliff Bar, slap. Hell yeah, dude, that sounds great. I'll take one of those, Ty, if you got an extra. How goes it, Mr. Lemur? Hope you're doing well. Alright, let's see, where we at?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away.
Missing homework for this computer graphics class I'm taking? It's not fun? Oh, man. I was hoping computer graphics would be cool. Is it like a more technical thing than maybe what computer graphics sounds like? I have 14 extra. Oh, there you go. You can be eating those for days, baby.
I turned around and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted.
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. That's funny because Ezra said that earlier.
Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not.
You better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well...
That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here.
There's clearly a contradiction. No, not present. Let's, oh yeah, I guess present so that I can look at it. Let's look at the image a little more. Oh, this is the whole thing now. Okay, so... Trying to think of what the contradiction would be. I've missed it. I guess would this be part of it? Because Emma's fingerprints were found on this thing. So she had to have like touched somebody, but I don't know what this piece of leather is from. So I'm not really sure. Yeah, it's really technical, lots of algorithms. Oh yeah, that does sound pretty rough, dude. What's the one person in the sketch holding? It's supposed to be a knife, I think. Let's take a look at it. Because, I mean, that's what he did, is he stabbed him with a knife. So I assume that's just like a really crude knife, I guess. But, or, okay, no, it's the tip was already broken off the knife, right? He had to have been, okay, he must have been stabbing with the sword from the shield thing, because it only had its cut off tip. Because we have two murder weapons that have like broken tips off of them as knives, so I think it's one of those knives. It's kind of rectangular. Yeah, because I think it's because of the broken knife. Let me show you, for example, one of the murder weapons we were dealing with is this one. So pretty rectangular when it's got the end broken off. And my theory is that they used the sword that used to be on this trophy, which we can see in this picture. See how that's also a blade that has a broken tip? I think that's not a coincidence. You know what I mean? I hate when the tip breaks, right, dude? So yeah, I have a feeling that that's part of the murder weapon was the sword that used to be a part of that trophy. Because we've never gotten an explanation for how it lost its sword. Okay, this is a picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright I could see where shadows. I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. She's saying it's exactly what she saw in that instant, but Phoenix doesn't believe her. Because he says there's a clear contradiction, and it's not very clear to me, man. Am I being dense right now? What's the contradiction? I mean, normally the dude's wearing a hat, a cowboy hat, so he wasn't wearing a cowboy hat in the picture, but I don't think that's a contradiction, dude. The mascot? I don't see how the mascot's the contradiction, though, you know what I mean? Like, it could be. You could totally be right, Noah. I just don't understand how that's a contradiction. Is the victim stabbed in the back or something? Oh, thank you, Shyla. It probably is the autopsy I gotta look at. Okay, let me check. Okay. Thank you for saying that. Single stab wound, piercing heart and lung. Assessment died from blood loss, and under 10 minutes, weapon found and wound was missing tip. So, I mean, it could be that. Single stab wound, piercing heart and lung, and he's going from the top, though, and that must be the contradiction, right? I think you're onto something there, Charlotte. I think you're right. Let's try presenting this. Let me save real quick. We're saving, damn it. Fucking save. Murder weapon? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you mean by that, Noah. Let's see, we're gonna present the autopsy. Because it seems like that's definitely gotta be something, because that's something that's being, like, assumed here. Is kind of how they died, so there must be something about how he died that's not quite right. There you go, Papa. I'm just spitting out nonsense. Hey, Noah, I appreciate you trying, man. Uh-oh, I think he usually says that when I'm wrong. This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are that evidence and the statement just now related? They aren't, are they? Not at all. Mr. Wright, please think the facts over before making accusations. I wouldn't really trust you, Judge. You don't seem to know your fucking elbow from your asshole, dude.
I don't think that won me any points with the judge.
Okay, so we know it's not that now. I think what I saw in that instant, but Phoenix doesn't believe her. Because he says,
That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here.
it's clearly a contradiction? God, it makes me feel so stupid. Like, clearly? Am I gonna feel dumb when we figure this out? This is the picture I did 2 years ago. It's something about this fucking picture. What I have to do with the jar? Fuck, man, I might have to look it up. Inshallah, I don't know, right? I don't know either, fuck. What was the murder weapon in the SL9 incident? It was this one, the switchblade. This is the SL9 one. It's got the tag on it still. What if it was this? I just don't. It's gonna be one of those stupid ones, isn't it? 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form. Okay, see, they did try to explain it, Gant's behest, but Gant is super sus, so I think it was removed because it was the fucking murder weapon, and we're probably gonna have to show that, but I don't think it's right now. My guess is that the weapon drawn doesn't look like a knife. It looks too squared. Yeah, but it's, like I was saying earlier, if you look at the autopsy report for Neil, it says that he was killed with a knife with a broken tip, there at the bottom. Weapon found and wound was missing tip, so that's why it's squared. So I don't think that that's actually that weird. Not that you're wrong with that, but I don't think that that's like a strong enough thing just because of that. But I've been so wrong about this stuff in the past. so I'm actually just gonna look it up. The tip was broken after the first strike. Well, they didn't say it broke inside of him, because they would have found the tip in it, right? See, that's the kind of shit, Noah, that it's like, that you might be onto something there, but I don't know, because to me, like, it was broken before he stabbed him. I mean, they would have found it in his body, right? That would be in the autopsy, that the tip was found inside the wound, right? But it said the knife was in the wound and the tip was missing. I don't know. You could be right. In this picture, okay, we're gonna find out right here. Story was told this way, then one of the facts could be a lie. Okay, I think you are onto something, Noah. It is something to do with the broken tip, because the fact that there are 2 blades with broken tips is the thing, but it's not that the tip was necessarily broken, but it's the argument of which knife was used to kill him, I think. I'm just trying to skim here because I try not to spoil myself too much. So let's try presenting the knife, I guess. We'll try that. I think you might be right, Noah. All right, we're presenting it. This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. Uh-oh. Oh, executives related? They aren't. Damn it. All right, I guess gotta figure out what for sure then. Let me do a little more skimming then. Fuck. How do I get them to bring it up? Because it does have to do with the blade that was in the shield. I can see that here in the bolded text. So we're on the right track. It's just, we can't get there. The other knife, I don't have the other knife in evidence. That's the problem. All I have, well, there is this knife, but it's not the other knife I'm talking about. It's because that's Edgeworth's knife, and this is part of a different murder. Because now we're talking about the SL9 incident, which it's the one in here that's the other broken tip one. But let's just see how they expect us to do this. Sometimes there's usually always like one thing in these games that's just like, I don't know how you expected the player to do that. It's like the moment where most people probably fail, if anyone ever fails, if they don't just do what I'm doing. All right, let's see. On Emma's fourth statement, present Neil's autopsy. Okay, so it was the autopsy report. But we just did it on the wrong statement? What? So 1, 2, 3, 4. I did that already. That's the fourth statement? Okay, hold up. Let me count those again, because that doesn't make any sense, because that's the first thing we did. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. That's 1. 2, the flash of lightning was so close, or so bright. 3, after that I must have fainted. 4, the picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. And it says to present Neil's autopsy report. That's literally what I did first. What? It's Goodman's. I need Neil's. We're gonna try it again. Am I wrong? Isn't that the first thing I tried? Was Neil's autopsy report? Am I fucking wrong? I'm so confused. Like, literally the first thing I tried was the right answer. Yes, objection, Noah. Objection to that. What the fuck? It failed the first time. He told me I was a fucking idiot. This is the judge said that. The judge. Okay, whatever. We're past it. At least I did figure it out, okay? Let's just, on the record, Dom knew what it was, and then it just didn't work. Just for the record. All right. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction.
Warning. Raiden.
Oh, we're getting raided, everybody. Hopefully my voice sounds okay. Does my voice sound okay, everybody? Hey, what's up? Carisarella, what's up? Are you guys playing Phoenix Wright as well? Let me see what it's saying. They were streaming. Oh, you were streaming Little Nightmares. That's funny. I was just playing that yesterday. Hell yeah. Happy Spooktober. How is everybody? Thanks for bringing your viewers over here. How are you guys? Thank you, Carissa. How are you today? Yeah, welcome Raiders. Carissa's chaotic community is raiding through. Hell yeah, they're honest magpie. How are you? Thanks for coming by, guys. Hope you guys are ready for some Phoenix Wright. I think you may have already passed this one, Carissa. I think when we were talking last, I think you've already done this one. We're on like the Lana Sky and Emma Sky case that with the SL9 incident and stuff. Did I play Little Nightmares for the first time? That's so funny. I did the exact same thing yesterday, Carissa. I played Little Nightmares first. Well, how did you like it? Let me ask you that before we continue in Phoenix Wright. How did you like Little Nightmares? I want to see, since you had the exact same experience just now that I did last night. We're in the second game for Ace Attorney series. Nice, that's so awesome. Yeah, after this one, we're gonna pause the Ace Attorney stuff and then go on to some spooky stuff for Spooky Month, and then we'll come back to this in November. But I love this game so much, so we're definitely gonna be playing probably through the entire series at some point. I'll probably end up taking more breaks, perhaps, just to freshen things up, but I just love it so much. I love it, it's super fun. I just got the first key. Oh, nice, cool. Hell yeah, that's awesome. It is a pretty cool game. To me, I gave it like a 6 out of 10 overall. But I won't say too much because it sounds like you didn't get all the way through it, so I don't want to spoil anything for you. You need to make your own full opinion. But I'm really glad you liked it. I'm playing the Little Nightmares 2 next Monday as well, because I finished it last night. I got to the end. We streamed for like 4.5 hours or something, but I got there. I was Magpie. I gifted Phoenix Wright to Carissa because I played everything except for the Great Ace Attorney series, and I'm deep in the Ace Attorney hole. Deep in that hole, baby. Well, that's awesome. What a great gift, man. That is a really good idea. I'm really glad that I finally played it. I never played Ace Attorney as a kid. I always wanted to, but for whatever reason, I guess I just didn't beg my parents enough to buy it for me, so... But I will say that I'm 100% glad that I had never played it, because I think playing it like this and being able to like voice act for everybody on stream and everything been the best way to play this game, I think. And I can't wait to get through all of them, because from what I've seen, there's like multiple attorneys too. It's not just Phoenix Wright. Like Great Ace Attorney, I think, is a different character and everything, right? So I'm excited to meet all those characters. I want to watch the anime. Like, I'm all in it, dude. I'm in the Ace Attorney hole too. There's got to be some great dumb clips where I jumped accidentally and died. Oh yeah, that happened to me a lot, Carissa. There was some wonky controls a little bit. I mean, the controls are pretty solid, but there's definitely some parts where it just kind of gets a little wonk. I started tonight. Oh snap, I'm slow with video games when streaming. Oh, it's okay. We all play at our own pace, right? There was definitely like a couple of the moments in the game in Little Nightmares, because it wasn't my favorite game I've ever played. There was a couple of frustrating moments where I had to look up some solutions, but I will say, out of the 2 things I looked up, I got the solution right for the first one. It was just really difficult to do, because those controls, man, they get me. Sam never played it as a kid either, so it's fun to see the adults get into it who did play it nowadays, right? Yeah, well, it's a great series. I mean, for like young people and older people, I think it's a great series. Very well written and everything, a lot of fun, especially for people who like anime. You know, it's very much like in that sort of energy realm. Oh, I take no shame in looking things up. I had to do it twice today. Yeah, right, it happens. As long as you give it the old college try. You can go ahead and give up. Okay, so the contradiction is... Oh shit, where were we? You know, I am just gonna make sure that we get this one right. I think it's probably the blade, I guess, right? Because well, that's just what me and Noah were talking about. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I was right. The tip of the knife. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
Oh, it was? Oh, I didn't know that they ever said that. Okay, I did not know that was ever said. I forgot about that apparently. Whoops.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Yeah, I can't believe they didn't see that. Because they're all talking about, like, yeah, it's a broken knife, and that they found the tip in his body. It's like, yeah, but in the picture, it's already broken, dude. And so I basically know you nailed it. You're the real Ace Attorney. As Mike White says, greatest attorney's main character, Apollo Justice. Okay, yeah, I think I have heard his name. And Athena Cakes? Are all different attorneys you can play. Oh, okay, so you can play either Athena or Apollo. That's cool. I like how they both have Greek god names too. And if you play Investigations or find a modded copy of Investigations to that plays in English, like I did, you can play as Edgeworth and Edgeworth's dad briefly. Oh wow, interesting. So modded as in like that's community content they made with Edgeworth, or was that like content that's just like locked somehow that they just didn't use? I wonder. It's interesting. Very cool. I think it's pronounced Skies. Okay, yeah, I can see that. I mean, it's a lot like Lana Sky, then, right? Because hers is S-Y-K-E-S or S-Y-K-E or whatever, right? Aren't they?
The murder weapon should not have yet been broken. Ah, what's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. Not if you found the tip. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does that mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness' memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation.
The mod was just an English fan translation. Everything should be as normal. Athena's surname is pronounced Skies. Okay, that pronunciation didn't really help me that much, but I think I get it. It gets used in psychology. Oh, gotcha. So did you mean it's Sykes then? Is that what you guys are trying to say? You gotta give me like pronunciation letters. You know, like little bits of it, because sometimes like when you put different letters together, I'm still too stupid. But yeah, that's cool. So what you're saying then is that it was like official content that the mod just then translated? Because I guess my question was like, is the content made up by a fan? You know what I mean? But it sounds like it wasn't. It was just translated by a fan. Phoenix, Athena, and Apollo are all played during Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. I tell you, Dual Destinies is weird to understand at first because it plays somewhat out of order time-wise. Well, that's cool. Non-linear storytelling's cool with me. I guess as long as it's done right, you can definitely fuck up non-linear storytelling. Yeah, I'm excited to get all of that. Get to all that stuff. Get to meet all these new characters and stuff. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah. Order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. You have official content that was translated. Gotcha. Cool. That's awesome that somebody did that. I love it when people make that stuff available, because it's like, why don't they translate all that stuff? You know what I mean? Like, us Americans want to play these fucking things too, dude. Maybe I'll have to look into getting that modded content when I get around to that part. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. Because it was the green sword. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's.
I mean, that explains a lot of like why Lana had the knife and she stored it in the muffler, and then put it in the muffler. That sounds redundant, but it's not. Investigations Investigation 2 take place between Trial and Tribulations and Apollo Justice, I think. Cool, right on. Wait, was I somewhat right? That never happens. Oh yeah, I think you were definitely on it, Noah. I think you were, man. I'm gonna count that as Noah being correct. I love that you have an internal monologue button. Oh hell yeah, dude. I like to try to make it, you know, like as much like you're just watching an anime as possible. That's what I'm going for here.
Could there have been one?
There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way.
Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. We gotta use the picture that has the knife in it, I assume. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. Yes. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. Yay! Hell yeah, Noah. Congratulations, dude. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order, order, order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had at in this dangerous situation. But that can't be! Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murder and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife wouldn't have been the prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! Come on, Phoenix, you didn't see that part? Here's a real murder weapon, shuffles through his evidence. Hold on, it's somewhere. Pulls a vase out from his briefcase and sets it aside to look at paperwork, right? He's got the big, like, glued together vase thing or whatever. It's like, don't worry about that. And he's got like the fucking blue badge he pulls out. It's like, not that either. I got it here somewhere.
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true.
What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it!
Wait! I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth!
What is it?
Could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What?
You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture.
Oh, the music returns! Like the anime during the Von Karma trial where Maya is just carrying the metal detector conspicuously on her back and nobody asks any questions. Oh, really? And that's how it is in the anime? I haven't seen the anime yet. Oz Magpie, so no spoilers. I mean, even though it's like based off the game. But that sounds awesome. I can't wait to watch the anime. Oh my god, love the fit, love this. Yeah, see, Soapy, I wanted you to come by during one of my Phoenix Wright streams. This is my Phoenix Wright stream. I'm so glad you're here, Soapy. How are you today? Hopefully you're having a good night and a wonderful Tuesday. And thanks for joining us. Gotta get Chipotle. Sounds good. Child, I had Chipotle for lunch today. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I tried to cook some of my tofu and I totally fucked it up. Hell yeah. So what are you up to tonight, Soapy? You gonna be doing some streaming or anything? You'll be able to hang out with you after this?
The list wasn't torn in half the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger. This should be interesting.
Yeah, it's just when car shopping, so probably gonna get a new car tomorrow, and other than that, just chilling. That's super exciting, Soapy, holy crap. What kind of car are you gonna get? What are you thinking about? That sounds fucking exciting. Hell yeah. Today probably not, but definitely this week, starting back into it. Awesome, hell yeah. Hey, Honest Magpie, thanks for the follow. Thank you so much, dude. I gotta follow so I can watch your stream when you get to Dual Destinies. That'll be a riot. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, man. We're definitely gonna get to it too. I'm glad to hear that you're starting back into it, Sophie. I'm definitely excited to come hang out with you again. Me and Noah will be there, I'm sure. All right, Emma's recollection.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and I rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Or maybe it was something else. Maybe it was the vase somehow? The vase has these little things popping up the sides.
Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further.
Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence!
I don't know, I can't afford the car I want. Oh, right. Isn't that always how it is? You always want what you can't have. But as of now, I like the Chevy Trailblazer. Hell yeah, there you go. That sounds pretty cool. Those are bigger cars too, right? Like a mini SUV or an SUV or something like that. Sounds badass. Either way, I'm not good with cars, so I have a Nissan Leaf. I'll be there for sure. Hell yeah, Noah. And yes, we have to play scary, spooky games. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, definitely hit me up anytime, Sophie. And we can definitely organize some stuff. And we can play some scary games together. I'm definitely down for that. And I thought the Blue Badger was a recent thing. Exactly, Ty. You're right. Yeah, confirmed. Thanks, Edgy. Yeah, Ty, you're on it. Be prepared for the most aggravating mini game of the series. Oh gosh. Oh man. I will try to steel myself for that, Magpie. Well, I mean, hey, if Lana's really desperate to be found guilty, I think she's eligible for perjury and contempt. Yeah, at this point. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think she's probably going to be locked away, but maybe for a different reason, or maybe in real life she would be, but since this is an anime, it'll all be nice. I don't know. To be fair, who isn't guilty of perjury in this game? Yeah, everyone is, right? So many people. Yeah, it's a mini SUV. Okay, cool. So not too big, which I like, but it still looks nice. Right, yeah, so you got the space, but then you kind of get the sportiness aspect of it too, because I guess mini SUVs I usually think are kind of more sporty, right? So that's cool. Kind of get the best of both worlds there. Got the space if you need it, you know? It's always nice to have space, just in case you need it. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
Emma's recollection, cross-examination.
When I saw that man raise his knife.
When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark?
Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident. It's also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you...
I panicked, and I rushed towards both of them.
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife.
But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person.
What's funny is so just what we know about the situation so far, it sounds like Emma could have gotten Marshall killed. Like Marshall's about to win the fight, and then she's like, nope. And then Marshall dies or something. Like, what the fuck?
I think I knocked away the man with the knife.
What do you mean, you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening, in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw that man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger.
Are you sure about this?
Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up of his hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere.
You think that he modeled it after it because she just drew something that looked like it? He was actually inspired by her drawing or something?
Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
What if the chief of police is in cahoots with Joe Dark? What if the chief is Joe Dark? Oh yeah, maybe. I definitely think that the chief of police is definitely involved here. He's like way too suspicious, and he's like trying to hush everything up. He also, I think one of the big things here is he's the one that took the sword out of the prosecutor's trophy. And I think it's because it was evidence. I think it's part of him falsifying evidence.
That fuck. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room. but I'm sure I saw a shadow.
The blue badger didn't even exist 2 years ago. So what exactly did Emma see? I've gathered all the evidence. All that's left now is to put the pieces of the puzzle together.
Okay, so let me look here. This vase has got to be somewhat involved or something, right? I mean, that doesn't look like the blue badger, right? I was just trying to think. It has like the two things off to the side, and maybe the top would do something, but probably not. The vase has got to come in at some point, though. What about this piece of cloth that has Emma's prints on it? When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Let me look at that picture again. Just saw the blue badger. I don't know how to explain the blue badger thing, huh? Because the vase looks like it was definitely in that room, in their office, right? Blue badger. It's gotta have something to do with that damn fucking thing, isn't it? This damn monster. Does the trophy look similar? Ooh, maybe. I don't see it. It needs something with like the three things, right? You get the thing in the middle and the two on the side. Or maybe we're on the wrong track even. Somehow this cloth has to get involved as well. It's the vase and the cloth somehow. Unstable jar. Can I confirm your answer, or is that 2-back CD? I think it's 2-back CD for now. I'll ask for help, because I like to struggle, Honest Magpie, and try to figure it out. But after a while, I will usually ask for help from somebody, and sometimes somebody will look it up, or I'll just look it up over here or whatever. But yeah, let me struggle a little bit more here, because it's just so gratifying when you get it right, you know? Loss of blood. Does he give me any hints when I get to the end? Sometimes I do that. Blue badger didn't even exist 2 years ago. So what exactly did Emma see? Covered all the evidence now, all this stuff now, to put the pieces of the puzzle together. I feel like this is like the hint, right? Put the pieces of the puzzle together, because it was probably the vase, because that's the only thing we had to piece together. I say the vase, no. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try the vase. We'll go ahead and save before we do anything too drastic here. And then if that's wrong, then I might tap into that, to your help there, Magpie. Yeah, I do typically like to try at least one thing. Yeah, knocked away the man with a knife. We gotta figure out where to present it as well. There was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Probably would be here. You betcha. I thought I'd check to make sure. Oh yeah, I really appreciate that, Magpie. Then rather than just blurting it out, that's so great of you to do that. This is easily one of the hardest cases of the franchise. I like the story of it, but Lord, the gameplay is painful after a while. Yeah, it's certainly the longest, man. I think we've been streaming this one story. I think this is the 3rd stream that we've done with it, and my streams are usually about 4 hours long. And so yeah, this is the longest one by far. I think usually it's only 2 streams, and they fit pretty nicely in there. Yeah, 3rd. Okay, thank you. That reminds me, did I? Sorry, one sec, guy. Yeah, I forgot to put the part number. I just remembered that I forgot to check what part it was before I went live and put it in the title. Usually I put the part. Whatever. Good one, Dom. There was so much I had to do right before the stream. Okay, anyway, so what we're gonna try is we're gonna present the vase here. Oh yeah, but I wanted to save. Don't forget to save, dude. Gotta do the, what do they call it when you save right before you do stuff in games? God, I can't remember. Somebody said it the other day, and I can't remember. It's like a slang term for it. I can't remember. All right, here we go. Present. And we're gonna try presenting this.
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
Is it really?
But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them
Well, fuck me. I wanted to read that, dude. I just went straight past it. Save's coming. There you go. Yeah, save's come. I forgot what it was called, but yeah, you're right. Oh, check that out. So there's a thing on the back as well. Oh, I can rotate it straight up. Does that look like the blue badger? Maybe like this? Doesn't he have a circle on top? Maybe it would be back even. No, it'd have to be like that or something, right? Probably the best way I could think to match it up. I don't know. I think I will try that. This is the part that gets real obnoxious. It will tell you you're wrong when you're just slightly off because it's very picky, so good luck. Oh, fuck. So you gotta make it look exactly like the blue badger? I feel like I'm onto something with this angle, but maybe I should look at some other angles. Maybe I should look at it this way? Do I need the blood to be involved? Let's see. Oh, that looks more like the blue badger, right? Because those things actually have like a little arc to them. So was it laying on the floor or something when she saw it? Because it is an unstable jar. Alright, I'm gonna try this. I might look up a guide now that Magpie's told me about how difficult this part can be. Ah, dang it.
this isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the badger.
Allow me to remind the defense in its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept this claim.
I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally?
Come on, Mr. Wright. You can do it.
I've got to show them the correct angle.
Alright, fuck. I'd tilt it down more. So you're thinking I was on the right track, but just tilt it down more? Just to make that arc a little bit, like in the middle, the point be a little bit taller, maybe? So maybe like that? Nope. It'd be nice if they did like a thing like while you're in here, if like while you get close, something's like, oh, you're kind of close or whatever, like something like lets you know if it's a very like harsh thing. But let me see, I'm just gonna look up a picture of how they did it. Oh, okay, I actually need to tilt it back more. Okay, we were definitely on the right track though, but we needed to tilt it back a little bit more. Like, it's more like this, apparently. More. Yeah, you're not kidding, Magpie. This is very picky. No, it's too much. It was more like this. Alright, let's try that. There we go, got it. Nice. Well, is this a miracle or what? It looks like the right angle just gotta fine-tune it. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, first try. No, there you go. To be fair, this was their first attempt to incorporate the DS touchscreen abilities. Also, to be fair, it sucks. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just thinking in my head a second ago there, Magpie. It's just like, this is probably like a DS dragging around type of thing. Other than that, I guess it would have been like just tapping mostly, which is like you could just hit the button. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. So do you think that he made the Blue Badger in order to sort of like, because he foresaw the situation where she had drawn that shape and he's like, well, I need to make this shape represent something else or whatever. So then he was like, terror, and let me go make this into this shitty little mascot. Order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed in the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoy Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The location? The murder weapon? The murderer? It's different now that we know the witness saw this jar. Let me think about that. They also like to give players the opportunity to shout objection at their DS because people were definitely going to do that, right? I mean, I say objection sometimes. I'll shout it, so probably. You used to have to blow away fingerprint powder by blowing on the microphone. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. That would be cool. Like, I'll dust it up and... I think that's badass. I'm definitely for that. So to me, I think it's like the location. That's the only thing that makes sense here. The murder weapon doesn't change. I don't see that. The murderer, maybe in some weird way where they're like, oh, if you use logic this way and that way. I'm gonna go with location. But before I advance though, I am gonna take a quick restroom break, guys. I will be right back in just a couple of minutes, but this is a great opportunity for anybody out there to stand up, stretch your legs, get yourself something to drink and eat or whatever. And we will resume this in just a moment. All right, I'm back. See you with my mom. We're already back. Just had to go to the restroom and get myself a root beer. catch up on chin here a little quick. Time to restore HP and PP. Oh, you gotta restore that PP. I think the whole point here is to expend some PP. Yeah, you've run out of PP. That's hilarious, guys. I love that. Here we gotta get rid of all that PP energy. Oh, Ty says hydrate. There we go. Right on top of it, buddy. Oh, here. You guys want to cheers real quick? Anybody's got a drink? Tap her to the old screenerooski. Pow! All right, I gave you a couple seconds. Yeah, I gotta replenish that PP. There we go. We go spend it all and then we replenish it. Yeah, that's so funny. Move some stuff here. Now that I got a key in here, I gotta reorganize my setup. Alright, we're ready for this. Kanpai, sipping on some Sapporo? What kind of drink is that? I don't know that I've heard of that. Maybe I have? The word almost looks familiar. What is that? We're gonna go with the location. That's the one that makes sense to me. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. Does that mean that he was murdered by Gant's desk, then? Is that part of what we're saying? But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified to so herself. Well, she testified to where she saw two guys fighting. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? It's getting real.
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though.
Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. Interesting. Okay, you know, I always saw that little sword pointing out there, and in my head I thought that's a dangerous thing to be having in your office, but never did really think it was going to come into play here, but hey, that's cool. Definitely a little overlooked piece of that picture. It's a Japanese imported beer. Oh, cool. Right on. Having played just about all of the Ace Attorney games, I gotta say Damon Gant is probably the most actual intimidating witness in my book. There are a lot of people who could be threats, but I don't know. Gant has a whole different level of energy, even when they're demonstrably more powerful witnesses and antagonists in the series. Yeah, he definitely has a really good energy about him. I think he's a cool character. The whole fact that he has power over everybody, I think is why he's so intimidating, right? Because everybody in the room is kind of beneath him in a way, especially just the way he commands the room, asking everybody if they've been swimming and stuff all the time. And I like how he's so jolly, But he also will just have those moments where he's like, did you not hear me? You know, this is what I fucking said. And I think that's kind of cool. It gives him his energy for sure. I also like the whole very slow blinking thing that he did. Like the first time you see him, he just keeps like blinking super slow, like 4 or 5 times, and then finally says something. Yeah, they definitely did like a good job with Gant. I think Gant's a cool character. Okay, so I'll just reread this again. He would have to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless.
I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, she's the one who killed him. And then Gant came in and used it as evidence. He was an opportunist.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
It's funny I had said something like that earlier. Like, it sounds like she might have been the one that got him killed.
No!
No, she fainted. Oh, gosh. Not Emma! My little girl. The power the quirky has of long silences. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that jolly chirpiness is in spite of just being not necessarily evil, but very not good. Yeah, I love it too, man. I kind of hope that one day they'll make the DS games in the dual Destiny's Spirit of Justice engine just to see how they look. Hey, that'd be cool. Yeah, I'm all for keeping these relevant and up to date and everything for sure. In all shapes and forms. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. So this is what Lana was trying to hide, right? Lana was trying to hide the fact that Emma killed Neil Marshall. It was an accident, though. It's not like she murdered him. She was trying to stop a fight, and she accidentally pushed him into something that was obviously dangerous and shouldn't have been in someone's office. It's a lot of sense now. Yeah, it is making a lot more sense. What Lana's doing makes a ton of sense because she's doing it because of how much she loves her sister. And that's cool. I'm glad that it wasn't anything else. Arrest that child!
No! What? What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. And the reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
I do, actually. Evidence? I have her handprint on a piece of leather that must have been what Neil was wearing.
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touche, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you.
And Emma was under the impression Lana didn't like her. Yeah, I know, right? She said that Lana changed that day too, right? Like that after that, she was never the same. And they kind of gave us a few reasons to make me believe why that was, but now I guess it's because she's hiding this thing and she has this weight that she's just carrying with her all the time, I guess, you know? I think that's cool. I like Lana. I think she's a cool character. I've always liked her strength from the get-go. You certainly can't get dead people to testify, Phoenix says somewhere in Korean village, Maya sneezes. Right? That's funny. That is pretty funny. They have before. The Faye family's done it. Maya and Mia's mom did. Of course, it wasn't like a good thing, though, because that's part of what got the police department in trouble. Even though she was right. I think, right? She ended up pointing to the right person. I don't exactly remember the smaller details there. In the DL6 incident?
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record.
The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
The piece of cloth!
Manslaughter, yeah, that's more what it is. Yeah, definitely an accident, so it'd be more manslaughter than anything. It's just like a freak accident, you know? No, she pointed to the wrong person, but it was the dead person's fault for not knowing. Whoops. Oh yeah, because the dead guy didn't know, right? He thought it was that guy, right? Because the dead guy was honest. He was just wrong. Isn't that how it went? Something like that. This wanted another weirdly picky minigame, or at least it wasn't my version. Okay.
This is the message from the deceased. Right. Now then, this is the message from the judge.
Oh, what? You didn't like that? Okay. Oh.
I guess that wasn't right.
Man, I was so confident in that.
The dead person left a message behind. Would have been written in written form. That's the only logical conclusion.
Was it the blood on the vase then?
You better be careful or you might wind up deceased yourself. Let's try this again.
Alright, let's try this again. That guy was honest, he was just wrong is a hilarious quote somehow. Yeah, you're right, that is pretty funny. Because I remember there being something about that to where like, okay, well, they weren't like trying to give misinformation there, I guess. Alright, what's the piece of evidence then? Message from the deceased must be this thing? The unstable jar's got the red, they got the blood on it or whatever? Maybe I should look around a little bit more. Well, it's gotta be it then. If it wasn't the cloth, which I would have thought, I'm probably getting ahead of myself. That's probably the next thing that we have to show. But to me, I guess we have to show that that's part of his clothes, I guess. Because I assume that's where she pushed Neil Marshall, but I'm probably just getting ahead of myself like I always do. All right, let me go ahead and save real quick. Oh, I can't save, that's fine. I'm just gonna try this. We still got 2 more tries here, I guess. So, present.
This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right?
No, is he going to just speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would. I didn't click the blue badger though, right? I clicked the vase. Yeah, okay.
Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar.
A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
But that's why it was then broken, was Gant further trying to get rid of the evidence?
It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away.
See, I think it's interesting. I thought they were being more metaphorical about the message. That's why I was so confident it was going to be the fingerprints of Emma on the jacket of Neil Marshall. Like, I thought, like, that's the message, right? Like, a metaphorical message. But no, they're talking literal shit, bro.
One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need is to connect these points,
Or just use luminol, right? Luminol would show you where it was, right?
and the victim's message will become apparent.
No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Let me go ahead and save here real quick.
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer.
I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name.
Okay, so it's got to be Emma. So here's the E. That looks like Emma to me. E equals MC squared. He's putting the equation for relativity on there in his last breath. Einstein was a genius. The real culprit was Einstein. He's doing something in this game is look at this photograph. My mind goes to Nickelback and else. Oh yeah, for sure. Anytime someone says look at this photograph in any context, every time I do it makes me laugh. Actually, why didn't they use luminol? Would have saved everyone a lot of trouble, right? Yeah, that's my first thought. I was like, oh yeah, traces of blood. We just learned that in this one. Luminol. Hopefully it likes that.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this.
Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Poor Lana. She's trying so hard. She was willing to go to jail for her.
Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye.
Poor Emma. See, Worthy? Just say I didn't warn you. Or can't say I didn't warn you. I knew it was gonna be Gant. Fuck.
Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not?
Nah. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Nah. Like, what a fucking asshole.
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
Exactly, that's exactly what I was just thinking. Is like, he quit saying innocent, dude, because he did murder all those other people. You guys just couldn't get, like, for sure evidence, but yeah, he's a serial killer. They got him on the last murder. He wasn't innocent. Exactly, Ty. What the fuck, Gant? Why are you saying that? Throwing the I word around there.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't a cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge.
Nah. I mean, it can't all fall on the prosecutor if he was given forged evidence and didn't know about it. Gant, you fuck. I'm surprised they didn't use Edgeworth's trademark.
Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death.
How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, order, order!
Good luck, little judge. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued right now, right? Oh yeah, we got another hour. We good? We're continuing on. I wanted to finish this one today if I can. The first fucking hour of the stream was me trying to catch back up though. But we're gonna try it. I'm gonna save it twice. Just because I'm paranoid now after having lost my save. Not that that would have saved me or anything last time. It was fucking Steam's fault.
February 25th, 1206, Dictor's Court. Defendant Lobby Number 2.
Gant has a face I just really feel like punching. He's just so smug all the time too. Long stream, let's go! I think it'll be like pretty much a normal one anyway. All my streams are pretty much long streams, aren't they, Ty? I mean, I'm usually here for 4 hours. Even though I'm only scheduled for 2, I don't think I've stopped at 8 in a long time. I've considered maybe just putting on the schedule that I say till 10, but you know. Maybe someday I do just want to do a 2-hour stream because I got something to do. Extra large, there you go. Large and in charge. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it.
This is my problem, not yours.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. No, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? I think we're doing this again.
You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law? Like I was like a little chick that has the Sherlock Holmes investigator cap and a pipe. It's funny. Evidence law.
Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day.
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law, really.
It sounds right. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
Either that or she put like a little piece of paper in there with some evidence or something on it.
Doesn't look like that'll... Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
Magnificent. Welcome to evidence law, the very important rules that never come up again in the series because of reasons? At least they're keeping it fresh, right? That's where you're wrong, detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me?
Mr. Edgeworth.
The real trial today has yet begun.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she was unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end.
That's right, Gant, we're coming for you. And it's Gant. Yeah, Monster Boys, forget about it. February 25th, 1252, District Court, courtroom number 9.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls for the witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses.
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
Solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I don't run this court, you guys do, so whatever the fuck you guys want to do, I'm down.
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial.
Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The, defense, may now call forth the next witness.
That's exactly what the judge would say, right? Absolutely. He doesn't run this fucking courtroom. He's just here to pick up a paycheck. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls...
The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer.
I guess it would be Gant, right? We want to bring Gant out, I assume. Yeah, it's gotta be Gant. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse.
You would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
But there's no precedent, and the judge would say that a lot in future games, but anytime Phoenix is within sniffing distance of a courtroom.
But there's no precedent.
What do I smell? A lack of precedent? Wait, but if she stabbed the dude's dead body, why the fuck did he write her name in blood? Oh, different guy. Okay, so that was Neil Marshall in the SL9 incident. Did they already say that? No, Lana's the one who stabbed the dead body. Emma's the one whose name is written. It's technically a different case entirely. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There was the SL9 incident, which is where Emma pushed the guy, Neil, and Neil got stabbed. But then the first case, the case we're actually in court for, was the Detective Goodman. Detective Goodman was found dead in a trunk, and Lana supposedly stabbed him. But she said she actually removed the knife and then put a different knife in him because it was the SL9 incident knife, I think. Then she wrapped it in her muffler and stuck it in the muffler. That's the case as we know it so far. Like how Goodman is a selectable choice. Yeah, isn't that funny? No, I call the dead guy to the stand. You're like, how would that work? We need Mia or Maya here for that. Yeah, that made me laugh. Some fucking 4D chess, exactly, Tyler. Alright. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, right-ho! What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Like how he does not look amused. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh? Like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Oh, and then the music quiets down. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. What's with the fucking threats? He can do this in a fucking courtroom, dude? It was a fun legal note. I find it absolutely wild that anyone tried to convict Meekins for the murder. There's literally habeas corpus to show me the body if they couldn't find the person that Meekins supposedly stabbed, and there was already a body of the same guy accounted for at that time. Then they have absolutely zero grounds for trying to accuse Meekins of anything. I know it's funny that Meekins was ever even like a part of that, but I'm glad Meekins was because he's a great character, obviously. But yeah, you're right. They had nothing on him. I want to know what the heck kind of neckwear Gant has. Is he wearing a bow tie and a normal tie just to get the cross aesthetic? I think I said the exact same thing when we first saw him. Yeah, it looks like he's got a regular tie on, and then he just like right here attached a bow tie, and then has like a, I don't know, some sort of crest in front of it. You fucking throw a bolo tie in there too, man. Fuck it. It's like either a cross-shaped tie or a sword-shaped tie. Oh yeah, it could be a sword. I could see him like going for the whole sword thing. I think the whole like Oregon thing makes it feel like it's a religious thing, but I like the idea of the sword because of I guess the prosecutor's thing, having a sword and stuff, and he had the knight and everything. That could be it, or he has the armor. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Why would he have that right?
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
Also, he's wearing a police badge on his tie, but also has all of his buttons. In case you didn't know, he is definitely associated with the police. So that's that's a police symbol on his tie. Is that like something that they have in Japan or whatever? Kind of like the buttons or whatever, like Phoenix's prosecutor or his defense badge, as well as I think Edgeworth has his own prosecutor badge. Is that what it is actually in Japan or something?
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious.
Why do we have to see that again?
When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
Too bad it wasn't the other way around, huh?
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast.
About to have two dudes on top of you coming hard.
Badges are a big thing in Japan. Yeah, I remember when we first started this game, we all went on like a big like search for it. I think Papa had brought up found an article about it that was all about badges, or it was like actually like a document, I think is what it was, and he linked it, and I remember reading quite a bit of it. It's pretty interesting how that works, and that's what one thing I loved about when we started playing Judgment. Thanks for the phrasing there. Yeah, when we started playing Judgment, I thought it was cool that the badge was in there and everything, and it looks exactly like the one in Phoenix Wright and everything. It's pretty cool. I remember looking up a bunch of pictures of the badges and stuff. It's pretty cool. Let's see, for corporate businesses, officers like Judgment or Yakuza. Yeah, there were like a ton of them on that document. It showed that there's like badges for so many things. It's very interesting. I don't know if they made up the badge for the game or if it's a Japanese police badge, but in this game, all of the police badges are that shape. I'll Google it. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I'm not seeing any badges that look like that badge, but some that has some kind of similar shapes. But yes, Edgeworth carries his own badge in his pocket in the investigations games. Oh, cool, nice, yeah. Yeah, because you have like your badge here in this game too, and you can like show it to people. I remember at first I was like, when am I ever going to use this fucking badge, man? But we have got to use it like twice, I think, to prove that we were a defense attorney. I think it's funny. It's just so cool, though, like, to learn that bit of culture from Japan and everything. I thought so that was a very interesting thing to have these badges and stuff. And then I was reading about how, like, if the badge starts as gold, but if it's a silver badge, that means the gold's been rubbed away, and that means you're a more, like, skilled or, like, you know, a more experienced prosecutor or defense attorney or whatever. And so then they started, I guess there's things that people do in Japan, like when they first get their badge, they'll put it in, like, a bag with coins in it or something to try to like rub the gold away to make them look more experienced and stuff. And I just thought that's kind of a interesting thing, you know?
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day.
As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant's Lana Sky also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either.
How about we make this long story long, buddy? So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs, I guess you could say. He got lucky.
What's this about, a power outage?
Oh, that? The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went through his heart, though. Dude, you're joking about some morbid shit, bro.
That's not funny.
When I went to my office, I found Lana there.
Show it to everyone because it can just be kind of funny. Yeah, I've started doing that a little bit more often, just kind of showing people stuff just to see what they say, because there's a lot of stuff out there, like voice lines and stuff, that they have for certain pieces of evidence and stuff that you won't know unless you do it. I love doing that. In Dual Destinies, you can have one rookie show the other rookie a badge and they get excited about it. It's so cute. Oh, that's awesome. That does sound great. He's way too cavalier about this, right, dude? Yeah, who the fuck says that? Absolutely. When I originally played these games, it was probably around 2008. I saw Phoenix Wright, age 24, and went, yeah, cool, an adult who knows what he's doing. Now, as a 28-year-old, having replayed the early games, I just go, shush, Phoenix, you were a baby. Yeah, he's definitely like very rookie-esque at the very beginning, right? He's like, doesn't know anything, always asking Mia for help even when she's dead and stuff. I love the Mia being dead thing, though. It almost feels cheesy, I guess, when you kind of like say it out loud, but I think it's kind of cool to have like this old mentor that can like come as a force ghost or whatever, you know, to him to help him remember things or whatever. I just love it when Mia pops up. I'm like, oh, it's Mia. Plus, you know, every time Mia pops into Maya's body, Maya's tits get like 3 times bigger, which I just think is hilarious. So funny to see Mia in Maya's body. Could you tell us about what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Oh, sorry. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those 2 poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. He had already been moved.
So that means you found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor?
Yeah, so you're the murderer.
Yes. Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence is inexcusable no matter what the circumstances.
But you excused it, dude. So if it's so inexcusable, why the fuck does you excuse it, dude? Mia's dead. Listen, there's no way intern Phoenix didn't call Mia mom by accident at least once. Hey, mommy. Oh shit. Sorry, I meant mommy. Oh wait, no. Fuck, never mind. Mia handing Phoenix some papers. And remember to file those reports by Monday, Phoenix. Thanks, Mom. Sorry. Arrest that suit of armor. Exactly, Noah. You stabbed that man.
But moving the body and hiding the evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better be staring at the court record.
Worthy, always the smooth talker.
But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. But that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident.
Well, I mean, he did have those pieces locked away in his safe, so is this now when I pull the cloth out? she had. Okay, so right here, I had nothing to do with the forgery. This is where I gotta present it. But the only thing I can think is probably this. Let me check this out. Rule number 1, no one shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. So I'm gonna have to bring this up at some point. Not this point, though. I think it's probably this piece of claw, because he found it in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. I think it's evidence that Emma pushed him. So I'm gonna try this one. I don't really see anything else that's super obvious. So, present! If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? Well, what's that? And what's that on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please. I don't know. You tell me, son. Huh? My dear Righto. Don't you know the second rule of evidence law?
Oh, not this again. Evidence law.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial? It's got Emma's fingerprints on it? It appears the defense was not prepared.
I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence.
Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay, I'll do it just this once. But only because you asked, Udgy. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry.
Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you.
Son of a bitch. So that's not the evidence I need then. Questioning that day, to make a long story short, we slipped up the power outages didn't help either. I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she was already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Let me look at the record again. Red herring, yeah, I know I keep falling for this. I fall for this all the time. I'm always ahead of myself, like, oh, that is gonna come into play. But just not yet. I've done that so many times. You keep what he said in mind, though? You mean the evidence law stuff? Sorry to nail you. Sounds like something you'd say to an ex whom you had mediocre sex. Found that she can't save. I guess it's probably the evidence law book that I need to use then. I don't see anything else that would make sense. Because he didn't put the evidence into... He didn't put the evidence out there or whatever? Evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Yeah, specifically in regards to that cloth. Also, this reminds me of basically Ace Attorney video. Oh, sorry, you can't present a banana. You must present the photo of the banana. Penalty. Yeah, I feel like there is a lot of that stuff in this game for sure. This also sort of has to do with what we're talking about. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form. That mentions Gant. And I mean, the knife was evidence. I don't know that that's that strong, though, but that doesn't mean that's not the right answer. I'm wondering when this is gonna come to play. This is also Gantz. I wonder if this is gonna come into play in this testimony. Evidence from the past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gant's request. Certainly wouldn't be at this point, right? Final fragment found on Gant's safe. Emma is written on the surface in blood. So maybe this is the one to use then, because it was in his safe, and it's already been admissible as evidence because it's got the blood on it. So maybe this is it. I'll try this one next. The other thing in his safe.
He claimed to have nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that this claim cannot back it. You cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
It's not the blue badger, shut up.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
Oh yeah, there was that too. I forgot about that. That was probably, I could have picked either of those things. I totally forgot that we found that in his desk. That's true, with the drawing on it and everything.
It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
What do you think about that there, Gant? In fact, it's very possible that the screwdriver is the one from Mia's murder. That was in April May's hotel room. It's never said for sure, but if so, that means we know that what Mia's murder case file is. So that's neat. That is neat. Yeah, that's a cool little detail. I forgot about the screwdriver that was in the drawer. Yeah, in April May's hotel room. Yeah, I remember that now. That's cool. Yeah. I had fun during that fact, so thank you.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
I mean, I beat Edgeworth like every time I've been against him, so I think I would be his rival.
So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What?
If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Oh, we put two and two together, dude. We're just trying to make you admit to it, you fuck. Let's see. What was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when the pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. I mean, what are you talking about? Because one of them's on the evidence list, you idiot. So it wouldn't have been after he's convicted if the evidence list was relevant or whatever. I mean, we have Emma's testimony saying when she did it. How dare you? No one is allowed to cut Gumshoe's salary except me, Edgeworth, probably. Be taking a look at your salary. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. No. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Ajia. In return, though... I know. That place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic?
For all I know, you could have planted them in my office.
I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped...
Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
The cow tipping.
Anyway, you can't prove, you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal.
That would also prove that you were hiding that evidence, dude. Would it not?
I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy.
Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered.
Meanwhile, Miles is just wondering where in Japanifornia, right, might have find a cattle ranch. Well, they do have cattle in Japan. And I only assume in California? But I know they have like Wagyu beef from Japan, so I guess probably could find some cattle. But yeah, I don't know in California where you would have found it, but I just assume there's probably cows somewhere. He's from a rural town. What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence isn't found at if concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery.
I'm not through speaking yet, Raito. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, Raito. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery.
How can you look at me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murderer here. Or murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this time. Or you've reaped from all of this.
Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Ho, ho, ho. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable, a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway.
Yeah!
Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
But the thing is, like, I don't know, what if you would have not gotten the Joe Dart case, like, closed at all? Would that have slowed down? Or maybe taken it away from you? You know? Feel like oops, I didn't mean to hit that. Yeah, but I feel like a cattle ranch is a different matter, you know? Phoenix as a country boy is a mind-blowing thought. Do you think he has to hide a country accent? I don't know. I guess just being from a small rural town myself and growing up around cattle just makes me feel like it's very likely. But I live in Kansas, so I mean, there's probably a lot of cattle around here. I guess. Before we go any forward, I really got to go to the restroom real quick, guys. So I'll be right back. Just be a moment. Then we'll hopefully get to the conclusion. Alright, I'm back. Told you to be quick. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. And he's talking with Lotta in the vicinity. And Lotta, because she's a southern all. Object to y'all. Edward has a heart attack. Lotta cheers. Becomes Phoenix's next sidekick. I had to take Lotta as a sidekick. I thought Lotta Heart was pretty cool. Howdy, y'all. I'm Lotta Heart. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. This town ain't big enough for the both of us, Gant. Phoenix, probably. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. So you're a sociopath, so that's just kind of furthering us down this path that you're the bad guy. Good news, Lotta is a recurring character in the DS games. Nice! Let's go! I do like Lotta, so that'll be cool. Udgy, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. Because you're a sociopath. And you're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out?
I think he was helping himself in some way. Oh, we're being raided! Hello, everyone! What's up? Hello, raiders! What's up, everybody? Look at all these Space Cat raids. What is up, everybody? Thanks for the shout out for Purple Space Cat. Thank you very much, Ty. Purple, how you doing? Let's see. What were you playing? They were last streaming Monster Prom. Ooh, I've never heard of that one. What is that about? What kind of game is Monster Prom? That sounds like it could be interesting. If you could date any monster, who would it be? Oh, I think I have seen this one, maybe. Or it's a dating game about monsters and stuff. Is that right? How are you guys? Thanks for coming in. Guys just joined us for some kind of like the thrilling conclusion, I hope. I mean, I think we're getting close. Yay, did a raid. It is a dating thing. That sounds fun. That was a first spooky game of the season. Nice, very nice. I did, my first spooky game was yesterday. I played a Little Nightmares yesterday. I actually got through the whole first game yesterday. And what's my next spooky game? I think tomorrow, if we don't complete Fogs tomorrow, we might do that. I'm gonna be playing some Dagon tomorrow, so that'll be cool. My favorite H.P. Lovecraft story. I love Phoenix Wright. Well, you're at the right place, Alex. It's so wacky. I know. I was lurking. Oh, right on. There you go. Hell yeah. Thanks for lurking, Purple. I always appreciate it when you're here. But yeah, so yeah, we just got to a point. So where we're at right now is we got this guy. Oh, Alex is following. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. I can't wait to buy PWAA. What's PWAA? I don't know that off of the acronym. Might have to let me know on that one. But yeah, so we are at sort of the end of the investigation, and right now we have this guy, and we're pretty sure he's forged evidence, but we're trying to nail him for it. Oh, it's this game. Phoenix Wright is attorney. Nice. I just never use acronyms, so I'm really bad with them. Nice one. Yeah, Ty already knew. That's funny. Yeah, that's awesome. I really recommend it, Purple. Yeah, if you haven't played these games, or I mean, if you just like them or whatever, even if you've already played them, play them again. This is my first time playing through them, and so far I've really loved them. Always wanted to play them as a kid, and now as an adult, I'm glad that I waited and played them on stream, because I think this has been so much fun to do. It's probably been my favorite game to stream. I don't know that I can think of a game that I've enjoyed more than this one. But before this, it was probably Night in the Woods. I really enjoyed Night in the Woods. Is another good voice acting one for me. But yeah, I think this one's definitely topped it just because, probably just the sheer amount of content, to be honest. But it's also just quality, I think. But that's awesome. That's awesome that you plan on buying it. Hell yeah. If you stream it, I'll be there. All right, let's see. So I'm trying to remember, like, what do I want to pick here? So, did he have the compass? Thank you, Cuttlefish. I'm trying to be stealthy in this game. Trying to sneak in behind Gant and nab him, because he's got to be guilty of something. So I don't think he has an accomplice. I think he wouldn't do it. I think, given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? No, he wouldn't have. Because he has some reason to do it. I don't know what it is. But I feel like knows the answer. I guess we save here just in case. A little scum saving, right? Save scummy. You know what? Let's just save on both of them because I'm paranoid now. He's guilty of being a douche. Exactly, dude. No, amen. All right, we're gonna say no. Hopefully that was the right answer.
Ah, I can't think of how it would help him. That means he wouldn't have helped out anyone.
Relax and take a deep breath, Mr. Wright. Try to think outside of the box. After all, that's what you're good at, isn't it?
Think outside the box? Never thought I'd hear him tell me that. The question isn't, who would the chief help? It's, who would ask the chief for help? If someone did that, he'd be sure to find a way to benefit from that person.
Oh, so I guess it's Lana then, right? Because Lana's the one that like changed after everything. So I guess his accomplice was Lana. And that's why he made her, like, head of the prosecutor's thing, right? So the answer was there was an accomplice, and I should have pointed at Lana, maybe? I don't know, we'll continue. It appears the defense has nothing more to say. Chief, would you please repeat your testimony from the beginning? Okay, so shit, how did I get that prompted? Oh, it was I pressed this, right? So he's gotta press this and say there was an accomplice. Yes, Kant, you're a douche because you didn't feel anything for the girl who just went through a traumatic situation. You're a douchebag. Okay, point out the accomplice. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? It would have been Lana. I just feel like it makes the most sense to say that it was Lana. It's gotta be Lana. Second guessing myself now. Time, bruh. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant. He's doing that blinking thing.
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed to Chief Prosecutor of the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all this?
He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? He plays with puppets?
And then everybody's silent, like, the judge is a fucking idiot.
Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Get a new judge there. Throw this guy out. What the fuck is going on here?
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence.
He's a ventriloquist now.
Your motive, to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her.
Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana.
She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless...
that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman.
Because she has talked about how Gant told her to do so, right?
The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Got the lunch lady holding her arm back like that. It's kind of funny to see. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean?
He's been threatening us this whole time, Judge, and you're just like, huh?
Huh, what?
Bless the judge, he tries. He's trying, he's, you know, he's the judge.
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman.
Not only that, but the chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? An F for effort. Order, I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That's impossible.
I thought he was gonna say inconceivable.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
I would have liked that better.
It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right then. Let's see what Wright's got. And it better be good.
Should I save at this point?
Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Ties to the murder of Detective Goodman. Ties him to the murder of Detective Goodman. This one? Because it brought back to his office on Gant's request, because he made Edgeworth like drive back there with the body in his trunk. Right? So he made him... Shit, that's the only thing I could think of. And it's the only time this seems relevant. We're gonna try it, dude.
Well, Chief. So long as Righto here is tossing out things regardless of their relevance. Mind if I toss something too, Udgy? This shoe should do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you. You always were quite a joker, weren't you?
Oops, looks like I got it wrong.
Don't oops me. Maybe this boot in the head will knock some sense to you. I know it's hard with all this that's going on during this trial. But try to think back to what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago.
See, I kind of was thinking back to that, though, I thought.
Now that he mentions it, we did find something during yesterday's investigation. Something that proves Gans entered the room.
Oh, yeah, because the sevens, right? I totally forgot his numbers on that fucking thing. That's probably what it was.
Looks like he wants another one of your boots, Udgy. I see. All right, then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good.
It's a reference to an old Phoenix Wright meme too. The boot to the head YouTube video. Oh, okay. I guess I have not seen that one.
Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of the Detective Goodman.
Okay, so it must be the ID record.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on this list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777-7777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-7777.
The same as the remaining ID card number on the list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. It's like, fuck, I should have picked a better password. Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was a violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You went to the evidence room on the day of the crime? And you killed Goodman? What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Prove that he went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Prove that he went to meet Gant. He did have the lost item report, but I don't think that really proves anything about him meeting with Gant. Shit, I don't know. Couldn't have possibly been this, right? What would prove that he... Something that would prove it. Do you have a usual day for Ace Attorney streams, or do they happen when they happen? They always happen on Tuesdays. Yeah, for my stream, and I guess maybe I'll just go ahead and give a little bit of a rundown of how I do my stream for everybody who might be new here. Yeah, for my stream, I do I have themed days. So every day of the week, I have a kind of a theme or like a game that I'm playing that day. So I play a different game every day of the week, but I play the same games week to week. So like Monday, for example, we've done like a lot of retro games and Mario games and stuff, or like side scrollers like Little Nightmares yesterday. Tuesday, I always have Storytime Tuesday is what we call it. And when I finish the Storytime game, I often put 3 options in our Discord. So if you want, check out the Discord. And I let you guys choose on the next story-based game that we do. So Tuesdays are usually kind of like my voice acty days, or you know, we do go through something that's definitely just story-based. Thank you, Ty, for putting that link to the Discord in there. Anybody who wants to join the Discord, we'd love to have you. And then Wednesdays is kind of like my wild card day. I try to do when I can. I do kind of squad streams a little bit with some of my friends. And stuff like that, or I've done like itch.io days where we play just random games on itch.io and kind of have fun, you know, farting around in there. Thursdays I'm playing Judgment right now, which is it's sort of like my RPG day, I guess. It's kind of like, but Thursday we played it's not Resident Evil, sorry. We played Red Dead 2 and 1 on Thursday, and now I'm into Judgment, and I might continue some of the Yakuza stuff because Judgment is my first like Yakuza game that I played. And then Friday I've been playing The Witcher. Friday's kind of like the game that I want to get through day, and Witcher has been it for a while, so we're trying to get through The Witcher on Fridays. And then on Sunday I don't have it on the schedule, but usually at some point on Sunday I stream, and we're calling that Simulation Sunday right now, because I'm doing simulator games like I did Lawn Mowing Simulator, and recently I've been playing Power Wash Simulator. So that's how my week goes, and I try to finish games as much as possible, but if I don't like a game, I won't finish it. I'll just play as much as I can, and then I'm just like, whatever. But yeah, that's usually how my stream goes. I don't change games midstream too often. It has happened before, but not too often. I usually kind of keep to the theme or whatever. I like to have sort of like a content schedule, if you will. And honestly, playing a game once a week has actually been pretty interesting. I would have thought I would have hated it before I started streaming, but it's so nice looking forward to Tuesday to play Phoenix Wright, you know? And every day I'm looking forward to the games that I'm playing. And so it's just really cool. So it's been a week and everything. So yeah, that's my stream for anybody who's interested. Hit that follow button if you haven't already. All right, that's the plug. We're done. But yeah, so come back on Tuesdays, Magpie, if you want to see some more Phoenix Wright. But I will say that I'm about to start, I'm going to take a pause on Phoenix Wright after this case, and we're going to play some Sinking City for Storytime Tuesdays during Spooky Month. And then after we're done with Sinking City, I'll switch back to Phoenix Wright, because there's still a lot more to play. And I definitely want to play it. So we probably won't have a vote for a Storytime game in a long time. Now that I think about it, because we have so much Phoenix Wright to get through, so... But yeah, it will happen at some point, though, so if you guys want to join the Discord for that. But yeah, we also like to just, like, show stuff off in Discord. I have a show and tell channel, and we have, like, a movies channel, and all these different, like, text channels for you to share all the things that you love and enjoy, so we can love and enjoy them as well. So, yeah, definitely, you're invited. Everybody here. Alright, so now back to this impossible thing. So I'm supposed to show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Proof that he went to meet Gant. What would prove that? What do I even have that connects to Goodman? The victim's shoe? I have this note. It says Goodman on it. Victim's note. Memo found in the car trunk. I mean, maybe it would be the note? I don't really see a strong tie there, though. I don't really see anything. The lost item thing, it has to be turned into the chief of police. You think so? Because that's the only thing that I really saw, too. Because it's like, maybe? I think I'm gonna go with what you say. No, I think you might be honest with me, because that's, I agree, that's probably like the closest you can do to it. Hey, Stella, nice, and you got the Phoenix Wright thing. Hopefully that was loud enough for everybody to hear what Phoenix said. What's up, Stella? Man, pretty late in the stream to be showing up. In fact, it's after 10 o'clock, so I was hoping to be done by now, but hey, whatever, we're finishing this fucking case, man. What's up, Stella? So right now we're trying to prove something here, and you know what? I don't know. Maybe... Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go with the card. We're gonna try the card. Yeah, sorry, no, I momentarily forgot because I'm excited because Stella's here. But yeah, we're gonna try this card here. Let's try that. Present. Detective Goodman's lost ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. There you go. Nailed it, Noah. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filed it. That's kind of true, right? He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. Oh, right, and he guess he would have had the card for that? Because he did enter the evidence room, right? I guess we just don't know when Jake stole his card? I don't know if we have all the information for that. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. No. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. So was it that he didn't get a replacement card, but Gant supposedly was like, oh, here, I'll use my card. Here, let me swipe it for you, or whatever. You know, is that what happened? Is that what we're saying now? Because he didn't fill out the report completely. It was like a half-filled report, right? And it was in the trash.
Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
That's called, like, what is that called? The alternative question. When you're in an interrogation situation. Hey, what's up, Pokeplace? How you doing? How's your day? When you're in an interrogation situation, I've seen some videos on this. When you say, like, well, could this possibly have happened? It's called the alternative question, and it usually gets some people to admit a small detail that they can then pry on and keep stretching out until, like, it shows their lie is, like, apparent and stuff. So I feel like that's almost what the judge is doing, not intentionally. Stella says, hi all, it's a rough day today. Happy to join friends today. Oh, I'm so sorry that it's been a rough day for you, Stella. Yeah, I'm glad that we're still on and that you get to hang out with us for a little bit then. Hopefully everything gets better for you. Yeah, the fucking judge. Your voice acting for Gan being a nice guy was very funny. I like your Gan voice. Oh, thank you. I'm trying to be like, my Gan voice is sort of like the closest I can get to All Might. I do it for really big people, really big dudes. But I don't know if you watch My Hero Academia, but it's like sort of like my All Might impression or whatever. I'm well. How about you all? I'm doing good, Pokey. Good to see you. I love hanging out with my friends playing some Phoenix Wright, so you know I'm having a good time. The judge has selective Alzheimer's, yeah, right? This is absolute fuckery. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was used only once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! That was a pretty awesome, like, thing. You had, like, flames coming out of eyes or whatever. Like, what the hell was that? Only got to see it for a second. Chief Gant, you didn't. So I may or may not be adding another Persona game to my collection soon. Oh, nice, Pokey. So, Pokey, have you already played through all the Persona games and you're just collecting them now? Or are you still got the playthrough? That's going to be a lot of gameplay. That's awesome. Which one are you getting? The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? Put it in your trunk, bro. I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office.
And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Shit, what did he use? To move the body. I don't have anything that would have... Okay, I'm thinking two in the box right now. Because I don't have anything a body would fit in, right? The only thing I could think is the screwdriver. So maybe this is the moment for the screwdriver, because he would have been like, hey, Edgeworth, I need you to go get this one piece of evidence that doesn't really mean anything. And then while Edgeworth was away from his car, and he knew he was going to be away from it, then he stashed the body? That's my best explanation, I think. For right now, at least. Persona 3 is the best in Noah's opinion, right on. Persona 2, Eternal Punishment is on PS3 store, and I have a PS3. Nice. Also, I'm collecting them so I can do a massive binge of them for Persona 6 whenever that may be released. Oh, nice, Pokey. Nice. How much time are you gonna set aside for that, though? That's gotta be so much time, but that'll be awesome. That'll be really cool, for sure. So says, we received shocking and unexpected news about my dad's health. Oh no. Weighing potential options, poor prognosis regardless. Some positive thoughts. He just lost his beloved cat too. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, all the positive thoughts Stella's way, everybody. I'm so sorry to hear that, Stella. You must be going through such a hard time. I hope everything turns out for the best. Ty says, weird, I just got my mobile notification for your stream now. It's so weird how that works, right? Like, you just pick up your phone and all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, Dom's live, I don't know, fuck it. It's like, what? Sorry to hear this, sending positivity and prayers your way, absolutely, yeah, let's all do that for sure. I'm so sorry to hear that as well, Stella. My thoughts and prayers are definitely with you and your family. Absolutely. It's amazing how you can sound so doubtful of yourself while being entirely accurate. Alright, here we go. We're gonna try this. This is how you move Detective Goodman's body. I'm assuming that's what you meant, Magpie, that I was right about what I was saying. And I just went with it because I was assuming that's what you meant. It is probably pretty funny because you have like perfect hindsight with all this stuff. It's kind of fun watching people play games, you know, and like seeing how they kind of come to like the realization sometimes, isn't it? I know I like watching people play Outer Wilds for that same reason, because Outer Wilds, like, oh my god, that game is amazing. I fucking love it, and it's so cool to see people figure things out in Outer Wilds, because it's so like complicated and there's so many different like things, and you don't even know if you're coming in the middle, you don't even know what they know, you know. So it's really cool. I love seeing that kind of stuff. So thank you all. I almost said sorry for the bad news. Oh, don't say sorry. Yeah, but I'm not sorry to reach out to this community. Right, absolutely. I'm glad to hear you say that. We all go through things. This is just a time for us here now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and grow through what you go through. I've heard that recently, that phrase, and I think this is a great phrase, to grow through what you go through. Because that's the most you can do when you're struggling in a hard time, you know, is at least try to grow from it, you know. Pokey says, when I get Persona 2 Eternal Punishment, I'll have all 6 mainline Persona games except Persona 2 Innocent Sin. And I have Persona 1 on PSP, Persona 3 on PSP, Persona 4 on Steam, Persona 5 on PS4, with the addition of Persona 2 on PS3. Nice. Yeah, you're going to be mainlining Persona at some point there, Pokey. Do you stream at all or anything, Pokey? Would you be streaming that kind of thing? Or is that just kind of like for yourself? Absolutely no need to apologize. We're all happy to be here for you. Absolutely, Ty. 100%. Likewise says, it really is. I especially love watching people get excited about plot twists. Yeah, right? Yeah. I got to watch one of my friends learn that their favorite character is one of the games was a bad guy. I won't spoil, but it is very fun to watch. Nice. Yeah, that is a fun thing for sure. Yeah, when someone gets like completely thrown by a twist, absolutely. I think that's the kind of thing that makes people want to spoil stuff sometimes. Like, you want to see that reaction so bad. That's maybe part of why you want to tell somebody something, or maybe it's like when those moments when you're watching something with somebody and you're like, oh, I love this part. You know what I mean? It's a horrible thing to do. Don't do that to people. I just want to say that right now, because that ruins the part, you know. Say it after the fact, like tell them after you've watched the scene that you love that. But I think that's what makes you want to say that, because you're like, oh, I'm so excited to see their reaction to this, you know, and you want them to let them know that this is something that you're excited about. But sometimes you just gotta be a little patient. But yeah, that is really cool. I know a little delayed, but Dom, nice wig style. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, all you guys that are new, I haven't styled this wig until like just last week. I finally got some equipment in to style it, so it was just like, I don't know, just all one big thing going back, but now I put like anime spikes in it and stuff. So yeah, this is the first time I'm wearing the wig with it actually styled. I'm trying to get better at that kind of thing. So thank you, Stella. I appreciate the compliment. All right, let's see about the screwdriver. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because
Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Finally got to use the screwdriver. The one from the first, well, the second one? Was that the first one? Nah, whatever. One from a previous case. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
I mean, that's been pretty obvious for a while now, right?
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? Oh, he's got something.
There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Oh, hell yeah.
Order, order, order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please, say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for Early Bird Special.
You're just bringing all that confidence back, that fuck.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier?
The fact that he can decide not to testify.
A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? What if you had any conclusive evidence? You would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had Lana's dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor?
Do you have any concrete proof?
Why does the chief of police have a different, bar for how much evidence that he has to have? You know what I mean? What the fuck's up with that? I got Magpie. I swear to God, if Redacted turns out to be evil. Oh man, I bet that had you freaking laughing. One thing I don't get that is never explained. Marshall had Goodman's coat and stuffed it into his locker, which was where it was found later, right? So why is Lana wearing Goodman's coat in these pictures? It's never explained. Yes, Magpie, I brought that up before. How does that, is it the same coat? Because I've had doubts now that it is the same coat, but I don't know why she has a bloody coat on. I don't know why she'd have a bloody coat on anyways. I don't know why she has that on. Because it has some blood, but it's not the same blood pattern in the video, and I don't know if that's just it is the same coat, but they just kind of made the blood patterns different because of the picture or something. But yeah, I'm with you. What is up with that? That never gets explained. Interesting.
Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of this body.
Do I have any concrete proof?
I must. Let me look at the court record. Ooh, concrete proof. I mean, the best I could think of right off the top of my head is the fact that this was the murder weapon. And that it was at the scene of the crime. Because it's from the SL9 incident, and how would it have gotten all the way there from the evidence room to then... I don't know. I have to think a little bit harder. Lana just has a matching coat to Goodman and spilled some hair dye on it, yeah. A little bit of wine, maybe. Must have been another plot point they were planning and they scraped it. Yeah, maybe. Or perhaps just some sort of red herring that they expect maybe someone to point to at some point. I mean, who knows? Maybe I did that already. Concrete proof. Is there something... I haven't used that cloth yet, but that's... There's no way this proves it. Concrete proof. The thing is, I can see this case a dozen times and I'm still gonna be able to remember all the damn answers because this case is such a Buster Gluck, yeah. It is. It's two cases at once, dude. It's like even more than the DL6 thing, you know? It's like so intertwined. Sometimes you forget what case you're actually, what you're actually trying to solve. Fucking concrete evidence. Have any concrete proof? I'm gonna say present evidence, I guess. Let me save. It's like, I must, right? It seems like anytime that pops up in the game, it means I do have evidence.
I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on.
Yes, Your Honor. I do have such as evidence. Then please, hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Fuck, dude. Fuck. I'm really not sure on this one. I use the ball who entered the evidence room on 212. What would have proven without a reasonable doubt? Nothing on this map would have. Because there's like that blood on the floor that we haven't really explained how that blood got there yet, but I don't know that that would be it, because that's not concrete evidence that it was Gant. The vase has been pretty much used up, so I can kind of rule that out. Marshall's fingerprints. Yeah, I don't think that really shows anything. From the Joe Dart killing saw 2 years ago. Sometimes the answer is no, I don't have evidence, but I have no earthly idea when I get it wrong. When and I get it wrong every time, yeah. Yeah, it might be that this time is that. I think you might be onto something with that. I think maybe I don't have any evidence of that, and that's supposed to be like the big twist here. It's like, well, we're gonna let him go, and then someone comes in saying, hold it, or whatever, you know? Because that happens so often. Because, yeah, I don't think there is any evidence to say that he definitely did it. Because I can't think of a single thing. This is the closest I can get is a switchblade knife. And I guess I'm already at the window, so I guess I'll try that. Because I'm thinking that I think this is one of those times, Magpie. Let's try the switchblade, though, just so we can get back to the point to say, like, nah, we don't have evidence, I guess.
So, what exactly is this evidence?
It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt, I'll let you be the judge.
But I am the judge.
Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor?
Poof. What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm going to be late for lunch.
I guess it wasn't enough.
Please, Your Honor, give me just a little longer to consider.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police.
Yeah, he's saying the same thing. You have any concrete proof? I'm gonna say I don't have proof yet.
It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself.
No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Ajay? In that case, This court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto.
That's such a bullshit thing if they would have to, like, punish Phoenix for that at all, you know? You're just trying to find the truth, man. I just feel like that's so dirty.
It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Edgy. I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer of our nation's law enforcement agency.
Oh, am I gonna get a poo for this one too?
What?
Oh.
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lana?
A lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth. But we can't just stop now.
Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana Sky.
The defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Edgeworth just wants to nail Gant just as bad as I do.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now
Hold on.
Huh? Oh, it's
Raise
Gant
it.
again. Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Got phrasing from Noah. What was it that I said, Noah? I think I missed that one. I love it when I actually don't know what it was. The channel item is for tier 1. Oh, it's a tier 1 sub only thing? Aw, dang. Me and the boys nailing the chief of police. Oh, gotcha. Nailing the chief of police. Gotcha. You just see, I didn't even pick that one up. I love that. Great one. Edward wants to nail Gant just as much as me. That's funny. Those are my favorite phrasings.
Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences.
Are you fucking kidding me? He can just say that? He can just fucking say that? He's fucking threatening her. Look at his face, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? How is this legal? I don't care if he's a chief of police. That actually makes it worse.
That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
I don't think, I mean, she didn't murder him, dude. I don't think it's manslaughter, if anything.
This isn't good.
Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then, I'm done threatening people. I've got a lunch date to meet.
He fucking threatens everybody. Constantly.
Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
God, what a fucking piece of shit. All these fucking stupid threats, man. I feel like his talking to Lana would be super illegal. Yeah, I think so. He's like coercing the witness or witness tampering or some shit, right? Isn't there some sort of thing like that? He's definitely tampering with a fucking witness right there in the fucking courtroom. Are you kidding me? Even the judge was speechless, right? But I guess he's just too much of I don't know, just too much of a sissy to do anything about it. Too under the thumb of Gant. All right, February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, huh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Nah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. Oh, that'd be awesome. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Could he mean Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of moods now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it that he's always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. It's not fair. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Yeah, we gotta make those risks a reality, man. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he fortifies his right to say anything too? Who is that? I don't know who that was. Oh, it's Emma! Emma's back! Emma, are you okay?
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she's heard everything that's been going on.
Emma? I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. You think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do.
That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be the only fool everyone else think. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with this forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into the armor.
I see. Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
Hell yeah. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. It's cool to have me and Edgeworth on the same side. I think that's great. All right, I know it's almost 11 o'clock, but I'm gonna try to power through this. I need to go to bed at some point, but I just want to get to the end of the case. You know what? Let me double check to make sure that this is indeed the final act here. The game even calls it the final act, so why not? This is the trial ladder, right? And then, oh no, there's another trial ladder number 2. Wait, let me see where I'm at. No, I think I'm behind on this. Let me see. This is Recess 2.
Good luck.
Thank you for the good luck. Yes, this is the final act. Oh gosh, thank goodness. Here we go. Thank you for the luck, Stella. I'm gonna need it. Let's get this fucking done. You got this. We believe in you. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that. We live in a society. Let me see. I need to catch up on here. I missed some stuff here. Stroking the witness is what it's called, I believe. Stroking the witness? Is that
Crazy.
Is that really what it's called, though? Another thing that always annoys me is that they almost always stop the trial only after someone else is found guilty. But the point of the trial is X guilty, not who is guilty, except for one time in Dual Destinies, they always try to make sure somebody is guilty. It's weird. Yeah, you know, that is true. It seems like from the start, yeah, you're right. It's like for this one, it's like, is Lana guilty? And then we keep forgetting that in a way, like the game almost feels like it forgets and then has to remind itself. But I do like it that we're just trying to get to the truth, and I love like the idea of these characters caring more about the truth than getting, you know, the result that they're expecting or that they want and everything. I think that is a cool like message, at least, you know, coming from a story standpoint. But yeah, it's not really like legitimate how the law works, right? I don't know why, but people voicing if you gotta blame someone, blame society, pal, is always hilarious to me. Yeah, I love Gumshoe in general, man. Gumshoe's a great character. It's better to stroke the witness than to witness the stroke. Nice. Yeah, I agree with that. All right, double saving. We're good to go. All right, February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Now then. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
That's cute. That's sweet. Behold, that's the entire plotline of Dual Destinies, and later on, kind of the Spirit of Justice 2. Nice. The games start looking a little more like an episode of 24 when they shift into 3D. It's wild. Really, that'll be cool. That'll be cool to see in 3D. I've seen some some screenshots of it. And I'm like, oh man, that looks cool. But I just kind of want to go through it in order, not like spoil myself or whatever. From a plot perspective, that is. Oh, okay, gotcha. Right on. Yeah, that'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see, because that sounds like it's going to kind of ramp up a little bit with the drama.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You are the only chance we have to get Gant.
Oh, we gonna get him. Got a hydrate from Ty. Thank you, buddy. Go ahead and finish off this here root beer. If anybody wants to cheers me, tap your screen now. Oh, look at that. It's Barks, baby. It's good. It's 1898. Cheers, Ty. In fact, let me just finish this up. I'll leave another sip in there. Gant in the fabrication.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself.
Yeah, she really is not wanting to do anything to Gant.
When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Really? Really, though?
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana!
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister.
How does she read my mind sometimes? It's so weird how Emma just randomly reads my mind. Hey, what's up, Lemur? Barks has bite. Yeah, there you go, Lemur. That's funny. I always quote that as well. So Ty, I've been lurking in here for a while. Nice, dude. Well, glad to have you, bud.
Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination. We're gonna press the shit out of this.
I worked alongside Gan for years.
How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia.
Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory.
But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip.
Come on, Lana.
I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself.
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have charged with anything. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forget him. Lana.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago?
When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene.
You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
But that's not what the picture shows.
What?
I mean, that's a contradiction because we know that that's not how that works.
But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed that was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's knife. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
No? That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was possibly knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body.
You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's body, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others.
Why did you plant the knife? Why did you move the body? I think why did you plant the knife is the first thing I want to know.
But why did you do that?
Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife.
I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed.
According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right?
Yes, and leaving it in that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of this knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound?
Yes. Because I hated Dark for what he did. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer?
How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period.
Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying! She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as the prosecutor, what I have done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying!
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself.
There's no way she could have done it alone.
I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction.
Alright, there's one of these things I didn't press, I guess. Maybe I went by it. Truth and blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence years ago all by myself. Broke out the chip of the blade and put it in his wound. I did press that one already, didn't I? I'm gonna start with this one again, because sometimes you gotta press stuff twice, I think. Fabricated the evidence years ago all by myself. Let's press that one again.
Did you do so to help your sister?
Go Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want the incident to ruin her life.
Yeah, it's the same thing as last time. She did was just a house of the bins. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him.
Nana.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. And then she said, when I found the prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. Guess we'll keep pressing on that one and see if there's anything different.
You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene.
Okay, yeah, it's the same thing, right? Broken prosecutor award knife is stuck in the victim's body. Oh, let me catch up on chat here real quick. Looks like I missed some stuff. Yeah, I'm so sorry I missed some chats. I'm just getting too into this, I guess. So yeah, Pokey said earlier, just casual telepathy, right? Emma's telepathy where she can just know what Phoenix is thinking for some reason. I think it's kind of funny. I actually like the moments when she just happens to know, though. I always love how sometimes others can hear Phoenix's thoughts. It makes me think he's just muttering out loud under his breath, and Edgeworth is just like, I can hear you, right? Right? Yeah, that is kind of what it's like. He's like, huh? He's just like saying it with his hand in front of his mouth or something, like quietly. They're all just too polite to tell Phoenix that his inside thoughts become his outside thoughts. That's inconsistent with the scenario, we know. Oh, are you talking about with the, yeah, because the whole, like, she pushed him scenario or whatever? I guess this is when the handprint is going to, come into play, because what she's talking about with Emma not having done anything in the fight, it can't be true if there's a handprint on this cloth, right? Can I just say that this game series is really good at making siblings and relatives look like they're part of the same family without copy-pasting their faces? It's really impressive, and I love the characters' designs for that. Yeah, that's true. You're absolutely right, because Lana and Emma look a lot like they're related, and so did Maya and Mia. You didn't ask about why she moved the body, though, right? I thought we will do that. If I haven't, we will do it again. Prosecutor Marshall died from the unfortunate accident. That's only the situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement.
Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark.
Something like that.
If that is so, then what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up for the sister with, what? She's trying to cover up her life with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything goes down to.
Yes.
I broke off the tip of Dark's knife and planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. Alright, so this is the one you're thinking I didn't press, right? So we're gonna press it. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound? And then you moved the body? Oh yeah, I did press this one once. But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask her for the sake of the others.
Oh, I gotta ask her this, right? This is maybe what you're asking. You didn't ask why did she move the body. This is what you were saying, right? Magpie, you're right. I forget when they do these double ones. This gets me every time. When they're like, oh, you got 3 options and you can revisit it to do it again. I always forget that. So yeah, good on you for that one. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. Yes, I thought you'd appreciate the reminder. Yes, I do appreciate that. Thank you.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
Pieces of the jar? You mean...
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more, expedient to move the body.
So then why did he write Emma on it then? Because isn't that like really good evidence that Emma did it too? Or is she going to be like, it doesn't say Emma, it's just blood or something? Because it does look, now that I know it's supposed to say Emma, it does look a lot like it says Emma. So that's weird. Yeah, see, Taya, exactly.
I felt it would be more expedient to move the body.
So, when you first found the body, your jar was already...
Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
Had nothing to do with Emma. Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. I feel like I should present the jar, maybe? Because the jar has the lettering on it. Okay, let's go ahead and do a little save real quick, and I think I'm going to present that here. We'll try that. Let's not doubt myself for too long here. Trump card. Emma's testimony totally would have included the sound of the jar shattering if it happened. Yeah, right? She would have heard that in the darkness, especially since she couldn't see, right? Like, you think she would remember that? Plus, she saw the jar at the moment it happened, right? So maybe even the drawing would be something I could show here, you know what I mean? Because, I mean, how would she have drawn this picture then? Where the fuck is it? Then where does the blue badger come from then? If it's not the jar. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the thing I should show. Yeah, I'm gonna present this because I think that drawing actually says more. Because I think Ty made me think of that because she would have heard it or whatever, but she also wouldn't have seen it, and she definitely saw it because she drew that before anybody had talked to her. So I'm gonna present this here. Nope.
That's not right, then. I mean, how does it not, though? Alright, well, that's just not the one they wanted me to, but I think that that's a valid thing to bring up. So, whatever. So I could show the jar, then. Because he did it with the last of his life, and, like, how would the blood get on the jar anyways, I guess, then? Yeah, splitting hairs here, right? Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and try just presenting the jar itself. Music stop. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction? In my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." I think she shattered the jar in order to hide Emma's name, right? That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. So, how is it that he could write it on there, Lana? I mean, are you not fucking seeing this, girl? You're smarter than that. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died. So I guess the reason why the drawing doesn't work is because she didn't claim to see the actual action of the death or whatever. So maybe it was like they could have been like, well, maybe the light flashed, she saw it, and then a commotion happened when the, you know, in the darkness and it broke. But it's definitely not broken if he was already like dying and then wrote the name down, right? So I guess maybe that's sort of like why they're splitting the hairs time. That's my theory. The shame we can't really do a live watches or whatever, because it would be fun to watch the Ace Attorney anime on stream. Oh yeah, it would, dude. I would love to do like watching stuff. We've been talking about doing maybe like a horror night in the Discord, you know, like a private one or whatever, to see if we can't get something going on like that. But that would be pretty cool. Don't watch the anime until you finish the trilogy, since it goes through the trilogy. For some reason, it doesn't acknowledge this case, but it still contains Easter eggs from it. Really? It doesn't acknowledge this case? This would have been a great one to see in the anime. Huh. But yeah, thank you for letting me know that too. I had planned on waiting until I was done playing Phoenix Wright to watch it. But you're saying, I guess you're saying I'm cool just after the trilogy, then I can watch it. So I definitely want to watch it. I've seen some clips from it just on YouTube and stuff, but just clips that are out of context or that I already kind of know the context of the game, and it looks great. I love seeing it. It's like, oh man, as an anime, it looks so cool. But yeah, you're right. It would be awesome if we could do it on a stream or something. But I guess only if it's on Amazon, and everybody has to have Amazon Prime and blah, 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 blah. It must not have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order, order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Right? I don't know why they didn't include this case. It really vexed me. Yep, after the main trilogy, they haven't done any more of the anime as far as I know. What? Really? That's all they've done in an anime? Why not? There's also some fantastic Ace Attorney bloopers on YouTube. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been watching every once in a while. There's been some clips that people do where they just kind of like animate a scene or whatever. Like there was this one where it was, I can't remember the animator's name, but it was when you testify, the bird testifies in that case with the whole DL6 thing or whatever. And it was like Von Karma's like, objection, I object to getting a testimony from the bird or whatever. He's like, oh, you don't like this bird, Von Karma? Well, I got 2 more for you, buddy. And then he slowly brings his hands up. I thought that was really funny. And then Maya just like tries to stifle a laugh or whatever. Oh, that was so funny that you had the bird testify. All right, continue your testimony, Alana. Continue lying. You big fat liar face.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
Why? Did you know it was her name on it? He said it was dark, so what? You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was, the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin the cross-examination. So she knew that Emma's the one that did it then, huh? That cloth, that Emma's handprint on that cloth is coming up, dude. It's coming up. I can feel it.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar.
So the jar was already broken.
It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks feeble as the defense's case.
Not as feeble as the judge's judgment.
You are an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces?
Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out.
Oh, I found it on Crunchyroll, if that helps. Hey, that's cool, yeah. I have VRV, which I believe includes Crunchyroll, so yeah, I should be able to watch it there. So that's awesome, thank you. Is it subbed or dubbed? The video clips I see are usually dubbed, but I don't know if it's someone who's overdubbing them, because they're usually like out of context clips to make them funny, so... I mean, either way works, but it'd be really cool if it was dubbed. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust.
Well, that helps my case.
Lana, you'd do that for me?
It seems you two might make up yet.
Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body, as it was.
If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry.
I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
To be safe, I wiped away the blood.
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in that situation?
Well, if you really believed that he had killed him, you would leave all the evidence because you were desperate for it, Lana.
Lana? I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all.
But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go.
Which is definitely weird, Emma.
I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
So you illegally rearranged the crime scene?
Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. You've treated me so badly all this time. Or I've treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. after it got to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt, this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony.
Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way.
I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around.
Okay, so the contradiction I should have noticed. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. Don't know how she would immediately notice them. In the dark room, I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I am sure I got them all. I'm not sure if that's true. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Okay, let's see what we got to present here. This is gonna come up at some point, but not yet. Parking lot floor plans, the evidence room floor plans. That's all the floor plans we have. Okay, just making sure it was the floor plans. Come on, Dom. All I could think about was wiping the code before they were discovered. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. I'm really thinking here. It doesn't make sense that they'd be in Gant's safe then. Yeah, that's something I don't understand either, and I don't know how to bring that up. I don't have that in the court record, right? His safe? Yeah, I don't think I have a safe in here, so I can't bring that up. But if he had a big fragment in there, then that means she didn't gather it all up. But she just gathered one fragment, I guess just to hide it? So that you couldn't complete the message? Fuck, I don't know. I listened to the dubbed. There are definitely some genuine dub loopers out there on YouTube. Nice, they're fantastic. So maybe that's what I've been watching, is dub loopers. Because it feels like it's someone just like saying silly stuff instead of what the guys, like the Phoenix is supposed to say or whatever. I like that it's emergency luminol, like she already had luminol, and that's just in case she runs out and spills the primary bottle of luminol. That's funny, yeah. I didn't even think about that, Magpie. That's true. I'm just large, so I'm sure I got them all. Wiped away the blood. She immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. Oh man, this is a hard one. I don't see an obvious contradiction. What would she use to wipe the blood up in such a hurry? What would you use? I don't know. I might have to look up a hint for this one. I really just have no idea. Okay. Well, alright. I could have guessed that one if I would have, like, really tried hard enough. I just have to... Oh, not on this one. On her fourth message. Okay, so this, I was right at least to be suspecting on this one, and I thought it was gonna be the jar, but it just feels weird to keep using the jar, I guess. So here we go. No, I already skipped ahead of you there, Magpie. We got it. But I appreciate it. Maybe she used the coat she stole from Detective Goodman's. Oh yeah, that's why she's got the blood on it. That's how that blood got there, Magpie. That's for some reason she had that same coat on that day.
Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
Because it was what we had brought up. It was the fact that it was in Gant's safe, like Ty said. Is the only way to connect it was just to show her the whole jar, I guess.
What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know.
There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witnesses testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. Because he actually followed him in. He didn't actually get stuck in the elevator. He lied about that, didn't he? But if he's the one that killed Neil, I mean, he probably wasn't, but yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, told you were second guessing yourself. Yeah, see, I always do that, Magpie, and you can see that so clearly. Gant kept it as leverage. Yeah, maybe that is what it is. Maybe both these pieces are just leverage or whatever, and that fucking evidence thing too, whatever. So all three of those pieces of evidence. That's how he pressed down on Lana. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Drake downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No, no! Now the judge is the one yelling no. That's hilarious. Half of Ace Attorney is preemptively out crazying the game, yeah, and the other half is accidentally guessing the plot twist for 4 minutes too early. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad I'm not the only one, Magpie, because I've definitely done that so many fucking times. I'm like trying to like adjust and get used to it and be like, okay, there's been a few times where I'm like, I really want to show this one, but I know it's not right. A few times I've been right, and every time today I've been wrong, pretty much. Judge carries Gant's fucking waterman. Yeah, that he acts like it for sure. He's the water boy at the swim meet, I guess, because Gant's always talking about swimming. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. What? Why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believes her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Oh, she bit her thumb so hard she bled.
No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore, for my sake. No, you didn't. I wasn't you, wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies? Imagine that, coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if we're smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Oh, that's such an anime thing for it to be that. He planned this whole thing.
Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
It's like I'm gonna ignore that one.
Miss Sky, please testify once more.
But
If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
Because Gant actually stabbed him. I've been saying that since the beginning, baby. Well, not the beginning, but for a while. I was beginning to think I was wrong, but maybe not.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Sky, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
Yeah, today's session we accused Gant 7 times. Game's Over just said the funny. You should have just sold him out and would have been better off. Yeah, right, should have just sold him out. Yeah, I agree. He must have her in like a really precarious position or something.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Him and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw that had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
So the whole thing was a manipulation from Gant.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword.
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
The evidence book? What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
Is it inside the book or something and I just didn't know it?
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
Seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Yeah, I checked it earlier. It didn't show me that, but I guess it didn't want to spoil it for me. Yeah, because now I get to look at it as like a book. Oh god, there it is. And she did say she keeps the camera with her all the time. It's the book. Sneaky, sneaky. See, I thought she had slid something in that book. I even said that earlier. Totally fucking said that earlier. That she put something in the book.
Called it.
Hey, there's a picture here.
That poor guy. Oh, look at that. Look at that big cutout in his vest. That's weird. Almost matches another piece of evidence, huh? Maybe.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detectives saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything.
Honest picture inserted into the court record.
Mr. Wright! That piece of cutout from his vest, could that be?
The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe.
What's this?
It's a handprint, isn't it?
So did Gant then cut out a piece of his vest and then grab Emma's arm and then make her touch it. Because the whole thing is like he fabricated that scene. God, so many fucking twists and turns, dude. And it's like, we're not even on the case that this is all about anymore, really. Nope.
A cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whatever fingerprints those were must be the real murderer.
What? Those fingerprints? They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin the cross-examination.
Which for some reason no one brought up. The conspicuously missing piece of vest, and nobody in the detective squad went, huh, this vest looks weird, right? That's an interesting thing you just said, important even. I want to give Gant credit for how convoluted this is. But I also want to punch his smug face. Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree with that. All right, another bathroom break real quick, guys. Holy shit, we're going to be coming up on midnight, dude. I'm just going to have to go straight to bed after this. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'll make it quick. Okay. All right, let's do this. Nothing like late night murder mystery. Yeah, dude, this is so late night for me too. You should like to try to be laying in bed by now. That's okay. I'm having too much fun. And it's so cool to hang out with you guys. I really want to see a Phoenix Wright case that has all the characters from Clue, and it's just a Clue mystery that Phoenix somehow fell into. That'd be funny. Clue the movie fits too well with Ace Attorney series. Yeah, because of all the weird twists and turns and stuff. What I loved about the Clue movie is when it came out in the theaters, the different theaters had different endings, and so you could go see the movie twice in different theater or whatever, and it would have like a completely different ending. And I just always thought that was really cool how they did that. You know, what an interesting thing to do. I don't think it's ever been done since, to be honest. We shall all now be judged by Lana's disapproving stare. Yeah, look at her. She does definitely have a disapproving stare. Judge me, Lana. Judge me so hard. Actual crime scene. Here we go.
When I arrived, I found Mr.
Oh, I didn't even get to do that. No, Gant's here.
Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh, damn, dude. Why'd you even come back, you idiot?
Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
You have falsified evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto?
He's talking about the cloth now, isn't he? He really wants me to show that off now. As conclusive evidence that he planted. Because who would have taken the cloth off? You know what I mean? Like, if that's what he's trying to do. It's like, well then who fucking cut the cloth off? There's a fucking picture right here of the crime scene. You fucking cut it off. Dude. So you're in hot water now, right? I mean, if, at the very least, he falsified evidence with that. You hit it, right? Yes, with the sass, absolutely. I love that. Yes, and if you play the DVD, it has an ending that plays all the endings in sequence. It's like, oh yeah, there you go, that's cool. I don't have the DVD, that's awesome. You think I'm worried? A little, since you just made a strangled sound and looked like you electrocuted yourself, yeah? Yeah, right? Now why did you react like that if you're not, Gant?
Why have you been keeping quiet about it?
Well, I wasn't keeping quiet about it. You told me to fuck myself earlier when I showed it off.
You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is that true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
Well, this is not fair. Because the person who concealed this for fucking years is right there fucking there. Gant. So that would be so not fair if that's how that was handled. Fuck Gant.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. Can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall?
I'm thinking show evidence because I think we can like manipulate maybe with the picture that Lana gave us, because I don't think that Gant knew that picture existed. I guess I don't know how much Gant knows, I guess, because the game doesn't really let you know that, because he was supposed to be out at lunch or whatever. But yeah, I think we got to show. I'd show the picture of his body with the vest being cut. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. No, I think maybe we obviously can't show that now because I think it's already like it's kind of pigeonholing us into showing that piece. But I think you're right, and that's going to be like sort of like the piece that helps us turn his own weapon back on himself. Yes, Your Honor, I do have further evidence.
All right, the time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the chief's.
Nah, Emma, they're yours.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered the Prosecutor Marshall.
I mean, that doesn't really show who murdered him, so definitely gotta show this.
Suspense! It's a piece of leather cloth.
Yes, this most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest.
What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left by on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword.
See, the fact that he's pushing so hard on it just shows you that he just planted all that shit. He cut that piece out, he forced Emma's hand to touch it, and then he put it in his fucking safe like a piece of shit.
What? Those fingerprints are on this? Now whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Righto has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they?
They're Miss Sky's. Miss Emma Sky's.
What? They're mine? So I really did do it.
See? I told you it was conclusive.
But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that?
But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence,
You tied Emma Skye to Neil Marshall's death.
No.
It appears we have our killer.
No! No! Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all counts.
So we shouldn't have shown it then, huh? Is this what this is what it's like when you lose? Never lost before. Oh, yep, there it is. We shouldn't have shown it. Yeah, there's a bad end. Bruh. Well, redo, yep. Fuck, I don't remember how long ago my save was, but probably wasn't that long ago, right? Okay, yeah, then I just need to show her that. Let's just go ahead and get to where we were. I was expecting one of those anime things, you know what I mean? Where it's just like, yeah, I will show it, and then I'll fuck you over with it, or something, you know what I mean? This guy, I understand how you feel. Forgive me for skipping this, but I need to go to bed at some point tonight. We all know what happened here. This is a special bad end. They usually happen only in the final case of the game. Usually it's just like, well, your lawyer sucks, guilty. And then she starts to testify and the Yank comes in? Is that? Oh, no, we're on messaging blood. I should have saved again, I guess, after this. Going to wipe away the bloody message. This is the one where I present the jar again, right? Funny, twice in a row you present the jar. It's kind of weird. You've seen it before, you're good. Yeah, next time. But the special bad ends are more like everything sucks and it's all your fault. Yeah, like this one's like she got all counts on her. Like, oh, fuck. That doesn't even really make a whole lot of sense, but okay. They're just trying to pile it on, right? We came here for the truth, exactly. Kind of like that tone, though, not gonna lie. When you skip through it, it seems like so much action is happening. You know, I probably could have saved before I made that decision to show it, didn't I? And I didn't think to save then. My bad. Oh my gosh, hurry up! This is like the first hour of the stream. I'm just skipping through. Well, as much as I want to see how this ends, it's almost 1 a.m. and I'm tired, so I'll see you tomorrow. I believe it's when you're streaming next right now. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Pokey. Yeah, sorry we're taking so long tonight. The first hour of the stream, I had to skip past what we did last week, so it cut into our progress tonight, or else we wouldn't have been this far over. But I totally understand, Pokey, and if you want, you ask me later and I can let you know if you like. But yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out, and you have a good night. What if smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? That was my favorite part. What if her smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? I like that. It's like the most nefarious thing was that he planned this the whole time. I like it that he fabricated that piece of evidence with the thing. Even though we lost because we showed it, I think that was a really cool plot point. Probably one of my favorite ones. Gant is such a nefarious guy. He's in such a position of privilege, you know? I'm gonna go ahead and save here again real quick, just so in case something happens and I forget to save again right before that decision, we have something. We should be close, right? Is it this next one where she starts talking, where I go to cross-examine and then... Oh no, we gotta see the picture first. We're almost there, we're almost there! There we go, here's when Gant comes in. And here I am! Come now, Ajay. Okay, and I'll save from here. Because sometimes when you go to make a decision, it takes the save option away, so I'll save right here. Okay, gotta click slow. I don't want to accidentally hit it again. God, I almost clicked on it. So I was just trying to click through a little faster. Alright, cannot show evidence. Here we go. Going this way.
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie! Well, that's... So I guess... Oh, man, I should have thought of that. Because he wants me to show it so bad that he'd have to, like, prove where I got it, right? Maybe that's what we're doing here. We're like, okay, now if he's gonna object because he's mad that I'm lying, it's like, well, how do you know I'm lying, dude? Where did... I mean, this is just a piece of cloth I have. You prove to me that it's evidence. You know? All of a sudden put the like, burden of truth on him or something. Or burden of proof. In the anime, since they can't do a whole lot of the speed lines and courtroom action, suddenly everyone's in an airbender and finger pointing creates wind vortexes in the courtroom. It's wild and never ever explained. Oh, that sounds epic. I can't wait for that. Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Because he's just like giving it all up, like, oh yes, I know what this is. I know where it came from. I know whose fingerprints are on it. And it's like, not doing so good for yourself, Gant. He's falling into his own trap. The fucking awesome Uno reverse. Yeah, absolutely. I love it. It's so cool to put Gant in this point where he's like, no, now I have to prove that he has it. Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See, he seemed to know about the picture too. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police. Have you been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
What do you gotta say to that, Gant?
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto. Well, to be honest, I apparently didn't. Guess I done fucked it up the first time. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean, you admit to it? I mean, you're still, like, going to jail and shit and losing your job, right? Because you still concealed evidence regardless of, like, whether you tell us the truth now or not, right? I mean, he's committed a lot of crimes there. Some pretty bad ones, too. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day.
It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay on her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at this scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar too?
Ho, ho, ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut from the victim's vest in your safe?
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine.
Alright, I guess I'll save here. In case I fuck it up. Alright, so I get to either show it or not show it. Let me consider the consequences. If I show it, what do I get? Am I proving anything yet? Or do I need to not show it and really press Gant to admit that he forged it? Or whatever. Because you can say, like, no, I know it existed because I did it, or something, you know what I mean? I think this time I'm gonna pick cannot show the evidence this time. Still be a little stubborn. I know the game seems to be pressuring me to do it, and that almost is also what makes me think not to do it. Oh, let me catch up with chat, my bad. Neimer said, there is so much tampering of evidence in this game, right? This shit would be a retrial so fast in real life. Absolutely. All right, I'm gonna do it. Cannot show evidence.
No! It's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, I'd just expose that poor girl's fingerprints.
Right. Think hard over the circumstances. The circumstances? I'm talking about then, now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference?
So I should show it.
So, Edward figured out my plan.
Mr. Wright, this is your only chance.
Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright, it's just like a minor thing, and then they don't even make me have to do the decision again. That's nice, I guess. You don't have to press Gant. Gant has given you what you need. Yeah, I mean, I guess the game's telling me that, Magpie, so you didn't have to tell me that. But I mean, it was a worthy attempt there. Because I don't know that Gant has really given me what I need, because I want to prove that Gant even forged this piece of evidence. That's what I want. Nope. All right, then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. See, what I'd love to show here is something that actually proves that Gant did it. guess I'll show him this. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that we be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean? It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. I mean, it could have been forged. I don't know. That's just like a really strong thing to say. It's like old habits for trying to help Carissa. I don't know. This case was a struggle, which makes sense, seeing as you're literally solving like 3 cases at the same time and have a wheelbarrow full of evidence. I know, yeah, it's the most evidence we've ever had. I think it's like 3 pages, isn't it? But it's all good. It's just like if the game's gonna let me know that, then just let the game let me know, you know what I mean? Let me experience it the same way you did when you first played it, you know? That's usually how I like to go about it, like, let them have the experience, and then if they ask after the fact, you can say something, but that's usually how I like to play it. You're as slow as the uptake as ever worthy, or on the uptake as ever worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that.
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Or if I just said they were Gant's. Very well, I'll tell you.
It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted.
It is? That's news to me. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is... I mean, honestly, it's Emma. I really want to say it's Gang, but it's Emma. Emma? Emma Sky?
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Ho 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 ho. You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky.
You knew those fingerprints were, those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. And so did you, Gantz. It's so annoying that he keeps blaming he's like projecting hardcore. It's like, you concealed it for 2 years, dude. And you use it as blackmail. Or you had it in your pocket for it. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? It's like Phoenix was trying to pull the whole blinking thing on Gant this time or something. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool's
What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Ah, hell yeah. I don't know exactly how we're gonna figure that out, but hell yeah. Mr. Right, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here.
Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Fuck. Oh shit. Could it be the law book somehow? Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung, found in the wound. Tiny trying to think of what it would be too. Something years ago. Contradicts. Wouldn't the cloth have blood on it? That's where he was stabbed. He was stabbed in the back. So here, let's look at the picture real quick. Well, because first of all, his autopsy says stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. And then on the picture, it shows it being cut out from the front. So that's possible that she pushed him in the front, which made him fall backwards into the blade and stabbed himself. So I don't think that's a contradiction. Let me look at this a little bit closer. This thing has, okay, found in the Chief Gant's safe, evidence for something, but what? There's Emma Sky's prints. How could she possibly gather that much force? It was cut before he was pushed. Yeah, see, I don't know that we can prove that, cut before he was pushed. Because I think he was pushed onto it, and then Gant cut it out, and then the unconscious Emma, he took her hand and pressed it to it. I think that's what happened personally. But, man, this is a hard one. A contradiction. Well, would it be that he couldn't have written her name on the jar? If he was hung up there? Fuck, I don't know. Ah, damn. Because I'm trying to think, like, if this is how he found him, then how would he have written her name on the jar if he found him like that? You know what I mean? Isn't that weird? Could be it, right? Yeah, maybe. He spilled blood over his chest, but not the cloth. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying there. Yeah, good one, Noah. If we look in there, yeah, I didn't even think about that. The blood splattering, but there's none on the cloth. So it must have been cut before the blood came out of his mouth. Right? I think that's what you're getting at, Noah, right? That's interesting. It certainly could be this photo. How about we save first? How about we do that before I get too far into this? Oh, I can't save. This is one of those moments. Of course. That's what I'm thinking. I think you're onto something there, dude. And I feel like this piece of evidence would be something Gant wouldn't have seen coming. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try the photo first. That's what we're gonna try this first time. Go for it. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Guy took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. I think you're right, Noah. I think you were exactly right, man. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. No, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
Because, yeah, even if she had pushed him or whatever, if it really was that she pushed him and then he got stabbed, then there would be blood on it. Yeah, Detective Noah on the case. There you go, Noah. Nice pointing that out, man. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. So she knocked both of them out by pushing them? Emma did? That's okay. Coincidence? If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that had been broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No!
It's finally over.
Yeah, finally, I second that. Oh, fuck, objection. It's not over, of course, it's never over. I need to go to bed. Emma's got a strong push, right? Knocking 2 men out with it.
Oh, that was close, Rhino. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean, you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
But how is it illegal if it has to do with the crime, right?
Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember Udgy? Earlier, old Raito here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Raito? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. It was just like I couldn't do it at this point in time. Not to say that I couldn't have anything to present, right? Are my words gonna help me there?
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
How? How did it cease to be legal evidence? I don't think that makes any sense. Some fucking technicality. I will say the game's credits and post-trial banter can take a hot minute. Yeah, it can. You're absolutely right, Magpie.
That's not fair.
Oh, did you actually think you could beat me and best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claims is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Okay, Phoenix, you could have let me know about the plan, dude. Just saying. Would help me out, brother.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed that piece of cloth?
Oh, I can save. Thank God.
You've activated my trap card.
Exactly, Lemur. Thanks for staying up with me so late, dude. Everybody. It says I still got 10 viewers. Thank you all for staying here. Hopefully that means that you guys are having a good time. I know I am. That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of evidence or piece of cloth. I'm gonna say I did not. I did not. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal. How is it illegal? How does that make it illegal? No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved with presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies. Because he couldn't present it because it doesn't have anything to do with the present case, because the case is that it's whether or not Lana's guilty, and we're talking about a separate case right now. So he can't present it as evidence then, and the police department didn't approve it, right? It didn't pass both of those things, right? I think that's the point here. No, you don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't believe him. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. I think the only thing I could do is show this book, right? Try that. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but you can recall, when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Because he does have the ability to do that. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you! I knew I should have gotten rid of him. You might need a special flashback voice button, like your inner monologue button, LMAO. Yeah, I've actually already thought of that, Magpie. I used to use my inner monologue button as my flashback voice, but I keep telling myself I should make one that's like slightly less reverby. You know what I mean? So that it's just like more subtle than the inner voice thing. But yeah, I totally agree with you. We're totally on the same wavelength right there. Yeah, hell yeah. Right, this game is either Phoenix has no idea what he's doing, or has no idea what he's doing, but I do, or Phoenix knows what he's doing, but I wish he'd tell me. Yeah, absolutely, Magpie. This is my proof, Your Honor. A For Dummies Guide to Law. In the original and also in the iOS version, I think Phoenix says, Damon Gant, the killer you. Oh, really? Which is still hilarious to me. That is pretty funny. Megadon, what's up? Do you think we could get Mr. Flex-a-Lot to do this? Do you think we could? I don't know, man. We could try. It'd be so interesting to see Flex play this game. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. And he immediately stabbed him, huh? I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Ah. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
Let me catch up here real quick. This is a game? Cool. Yeah, it's a game. It's like a point-and-click adventure game, maybe even like a visual novel in a lot of ways, but there's game aspects to it. What was your Sheriff Marshall voice? I gotta know. I swear I didn't know that flashback moment was there. That's funny. So you did hear the Sheriff Marshall voice, right? Because I did do it just a second ago, but if you want, I can do it again. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments in the glove.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than the committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well.
much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination.
Yes, I'm pleased I got to hear it. Hell yeah.
You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
What is he trying to say to Edward? He's not gonna have help from the police department anymore? I don't think you're gonna be the chief of police out of this game. I'm just saying, dude.
Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you were no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now, you have Righto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of a new... something. Shit, I hate when they skip it for me. Let me hit next, please. Most of these criminals would get away with their crimes if they could just shut up and put it, when put in a courtroom, yeah. It's because we're pressing them though, dude. We're so good at it. There are two things I want to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
Oh, look at that. Oh, how cute. He's actually smiling. Is this the old Lana?
I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky.
And to you. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few years, or past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it has been for you.
It was nothing.
Liar?
I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it! I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor?
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is still that you acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I've felt free of these heavy chains.
Nice. While we may have not removed all of the guilt from Lana, we removed all of the weight from all of the things that she was dealing with. I think that's great. He's basically just playing mind games with Edgeworth, pretty much saying, you are the hero now, but you'll live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Yeah, there you go, Magpie. Yeah, that's a good comparison there. Remind me of a Kanye verse when you said that I miss the old Kanye, straight from the Go Kanye, chop up the soul Kanye. Set on the goals Kanye, I hate the new Kanye, the bad mood Kanye, the always rude Kanye. Spaz in the news Kanye, I miss the sweet Kanye, chop up the beats Kanye. I gotta say, at that time, I'd like to meet Kanye. That's pretty interesting that he's talking about that. That's certainly stuff that I hear people say about like old Kanye, new Kanye, or whatever. He certainly has made a fool of himself in the media quite a few times. No, says, I'm an accomplice, she said, smiling. Dom rapping that over the music was gold. Oh yeah, I was just reading it. I was trying to get like some of like the rhyme cadence a little bit, but I'm glad you enjoyed it, Noah. Hell yeah. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Oh god, you're telling me, Judge, it's fucking 2:30 or 12:30 in the fucking morning, dude. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant Miss Lana Sky. Oh yeah, sweet justice. Sweet, sweet justice. And all the kids went crazy. Yeah, that was awesome. Let's go. Hell yeah, that is all. This court is adjourned. You can go to sleep now, Dom. Well, not yet. We still got a little bit, apparently. Son of a bitch. I forgot we got to do the lobby stuff. Oh yeah, and then the ending song. I forgot about this part.
At long last, it's finally over.
Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, it's not. That's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Miss Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. That's what I fucking. I guess it's the third time, right? You gotta have the rule of threes. You gotta do it 3 times. Oh, Gumshoe. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. And he's gonna pop up and be like, oh, you need me? Wait, Detective Gumshoe! What is it? Just like always. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. He says literally the same thing every time. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Oh, nice. We got Lana.
Lana!
Should you, or should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago. It was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distracting myself, or by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
I love when she pulls her glasses down. I think that's adorable.
Oh, Emma.
Aww.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our own mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
Oh, Edgeworth, you know you want to be in this group hug, dude. Come on.
Where was he hiding?
I just came to say congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
Poor Edgeworth. It's too late for me. How? No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same.
There you go, Magpie. Exactly what you were talking about. You live long enough to become the villain.
One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
Well, don't go it alone. Edgeworth, become a defense attorney and join me, buddy. Right in Edgeworth Lofts.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that it to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake.
They forged evidence and stuff, right?
You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah.
What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own?
Oh, fuck. What is it? but he helped do it? Evidence that we wouldn't have been able to find on our own? The evidence list? Oh, fuck, I don't know. I don't want to get this wrong. Fuck it, I'm looking it up. It's too late. I can't be dealing with this shit right now. Just tell me what the fucking show, edgy boy. Oh, the evidence list. Okay, it was the evidence list. Okay, I thought that might be it because we kind of put our things together, right? There we go. Take that!
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. Yeah, right? That's always how it works, Magpie. That's always how it works. Edgeworth hiding behind a pillar. I hope they haven't spotted me. Edgeworth is just like a super introvert, right? He kind of stands off to the side like, I wish I had friends. Rightworth Lofts is, yeah, Rightworth. That's good. I like that. Think about it, right? Why are you thinking about using our celebrity couple name for a law firm?
And that didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth?
If you'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth! What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell.
I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you.
Scientific investigation with the same, like, little baby chick. That's funny.
Scientific investigation! It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis! I will!
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. No. Yeah, let's sit down on something nice. Faith that never lives. Have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she ain't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh? We're supposed to pay him?
way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright, here's the one, is the one who will be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh? Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream?
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection. That's funny, that's Phoenix saying, objection, I don't want to do that. And there we go. Clap, 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 clap. I need to go to fucking bed. I think I'm gonna skip the workout in the morning now, just to be honest. I'm gonna sleep in a little bit in the morning. It's been rough. Whew. Let me catch up on chat here real quick before we get to winding down. I'm always right. Yeah, there you go. Dom right. You have no idea how much of a hilarious, awkward doofus Edgeworth is. It's great. Yeah. A journey to rediscover myself. I'm gonna finish my art degree. There you go. Bruh. I thought that would have transitioned into Professor Layton. Oh, I don't recognize that. Well, there's Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton, so it's not too bad a stretch. Phoenix Wright rediscovers himself by becoming a baker. The credits have cute scenes featuring all the characters with dialogue. Thank you for the absolutely massive stream. You're very welcome. How long was that? Almost 7 hours. We're coming up on 7 hours. Should I be reading through these cutscenes? You might as well watch the credits, right? I mean, they did such a great job and we've enjoyed this game so fucking much, so why not just go ahead and let all these beautiful people have their time to shine, right? No, it was Meekins. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partners keep an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir! Then I can be just like Dick Gumshoe! I love Meekins. Great stream, congrats, thank you! Congrats on the long stream then, yeah, thanks, yeah. If it wasn't for Steam, like, just totally shitting on me, because last week, you know, we had a 4-hour stream or whatever, and then it didn't save anything I did last week, so the first hour of the stream today would just be clicking through as fast as I could to get back to where we were. Otherwise, it would have only been 11:30 at this point, 11:40, not 12:40. No, it fell over. Not the blue badger. Yeah, Dick Gumshoe. It's funny that they only started calling him Dick Gumshoe at the very end there. They had never called him that before. It was always Detective Gumshoe. I think Gumshoe's such a perfect name for him because it makes it sound like he's got gum on his shoe. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a show? Miss Star managed to sneak this in to me. She's seeing one of the guards. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. Even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? No, don't worry, Meekins is on it. He's got Billy covered. This is some great music. Super chill, you know? Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal in the menu. The Right Way Lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot... Oh, just make sure not to eat it backwards. They got him on the first name basis. Dick and Gumshoe are both terms for detective, so he's basically detective, make detective face. That's funny. I'd never heard of Gumshoe as a detective term, so that's funny. I didn't know that was a nickname for a detective. I certainly understood Dick, but didn't know Gumshoe was. That's cool. I thought it was supposed to make him look kind of dopey, because he is kind of dopey. He's got gum on his shoe, like, oh shit. Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh, no. I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Oh, that's what the chair looks like. Whoa, never seen it without the judge. I guess they drew that chair just for that slide? Like the old Japanese show, Robot Detective Kinji K, a.k.a. Robot Detective Detective K. Nice. Because I guess you're saying or Kaiji, is that what it is? It's hard to see from here. Does that mean detective in Japanese?
Ah, nothing soothes the soul like the fresh air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing about your objection. Still, I can't go back until I fully fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming. Well, see you around, Nick.
Yeah, we haven't heard somebody call us Nick in a long time. She was the one that always called us Nick, wasn't she? I forgot she did that all the time. I think Emma just always called us Phoenix. Did they ever make a live action version? I think in Japan they made a live action one, right? Hey, Dan's back. Good morning, Dan. How's it going, buddy? It took me a long time to finish this one, bud. But we fucking got it, man. Welcome back, dude. Am I dreaming? No, you're not, man. This is a fucking long ass stream tonight, man. Holy shit. Good morning, Dan, right? Isn't that funny? Oh, I forgot to read the Bellboys thing. That's fine. Kind of forgot which voice I used for the Bellboy. And Jesus Christ, Tomo. Dude, I know. I know, man. It's not like I wanted to be up this late, but we still got so many people hanging out that, I mean, I kind of do like still being here, though, to be honest. It's easy to keep going.
Thanks for coming. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
So you about to have your morning tea and crumpets, Dan, huh? Oh, and then I look at the book. Oh, cool. It's gonna have a photo of Lana in it. Oh, look at that. Is that back when Lana was a police officer? Oh my god, that's adorable. And then little Emma there. How fucking adorable. It's too much. I can't take it. Take it away. Alright, there we go. There's all the credits. There is a live action movie, as I recall. That's what I thought. I thought I saw images from it from the Japanese one, because I believe that the wig that they use for the Phoenix Wright character is like the exact hairstyle that he has, if I remember the picture right. It'd be interesting to see that. There may also be a musical. Unclear. Really? That's interesting. Bellboy found a letter in Edgeworth's office with no Edgeworth around. Oh, is that what he said? We'll be hitting a 12-hour stream or what? I've actually gone to bed and I woke up for a fresh day. Yeah, just got my first coffee. Yeah, you definitely don't sleep for very long, Dan, I feel like. Because, I mean, I've only been streaming for, I guess it's almost 7 hours. So that's a pretty good amount of sleep. But I feel like I try to get 7 to 8 hours. So, yeah, I guess it makes perfect sense that you'd be up at this point. But you stayed up pretty late. Because you were here earlier. Dude, tell me about it, right? Crazy part too is that Layla's been in the roster for a good few hours now, so I'm assuming she's been lurking and never slept or fell asleep watching. Yeah, maybe. I hope she fell asleep watching because I hope she got some sleep. But we always love Layla being here for sure. Yeah, too bad. I don't even think I'm able to even raid Papa because I assume maybe he went down. Let's see if Papa's even still up. I assume he's probably finished his stream. I usually like to raid Papa. Yeah, I don't have any friends on right now. I think I'm gonna skip the raid today just because I need to go to bed and I don't want to like just bail on somebody after I raid. We got 10 viewers and I love you guys. Thank you for being here. That's so awesome. I hope you guys enjoyed the game as much as I did. But unfortunately, I won't be able to share you with somebody else's community today, so. All right, let's do this though. All right. There we go. It's gonna be a minute before I don this wig again. Because next week we'll be playing, we're gonna be playing Sinking City. But we will come back to Phoenix Wright, so all of you Phoenix Wright lovers, don't worry about that. Let's see. So I'll just go ahead and exit game here real quick so I can get the music stopped for me. There we go. All right. So yeah, and then for the rest of the week, I usually like to recap the week here. Tomorrow we have either Fogs, or I think at this point, just to make sure that, because I know Lemur had to get some stuff done, we'll probably just go ahead and do Dagon tomorrow. Let's just plan on doing Dagon. I'm pretty excited for that anyway. So we're gonna do a spoopy game tomorrow, and then we'll have Judgment on Thursday and Witcher on Friday, and then probably more Power Washing Simulator on Sunday because I really like that game. So we're gonna keep on trucking in it. Yeah, get some sleep. Yeah, thank you. Get some rest, dog. Yeah, you got it. You overstreamed Papa. I did, right? Isn't that crazy? Papa's long gone. Oh god. Good night, Dom. Good to be introduced to your streams. Have a good sleep. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Magpie. It's so nice having somebody in the chat, you know, or somebody to chat with and everything. So I hope you come back. If they come hang out anytime, you're always welcome here. It was nice to meet you. Glad you stuck around so long and enjoy. Yeah, I'm so glad that you stuck around. Thank you. Anybody who's left over from the raids that we've got tonight, thanks for coming and hanging out. I really appreciate you guys being here. You can always be summoned by Ace Attorney. Well, there you go. Once we're back on Ace Attorney, hopefully we'll get to see you again. Look at this, it's like sliding up in the back. My wig's like not staying down. That's okay. It's time to take it off anyways. All right, guys, I'm signing out now. I love you all. Have a good night. we'll see you tomorrow night for some Dagon. So get ready for some HP Lovecraft creepiness. It should be cool. So, all right, guys, you guys have a good night. Dom out. Let me